Good morning. I'm Kenya McDuffie, at-large council member and chair of the Council's Committee on Business and Economic Development. Today's Wednesday, March 13th, 2024, and the committee is convening this public hearing in person and via Zoom. The time is 12:05 p.m., and I'm calling this public hearing to order. The gavel. Today, the committee will receive testimony on two measures: Bill 25-609, the Protecting Affordable Loans Amendment Act of 2023, and Bill 25-573, the Bruce Monroe Disposition Extension Approval Act of 2023. As a reminder, public witnesses will all have 3 minutes to provide testimony and should remember to mute their microphones if they are testifying via Zoom when they are not speaking. I introduced Bill 25-609, the Protecting Affordable Loans Amendment Act of 2023 on November 30th, 2023. The bill was referred to the Committee on Business and Economic Development on December 5th of last year. As introduced, Bill 25-609 would strengthen the district's regulation of lending products being offered by lenders in partnership with out-of-state chartered banks by opting out of certain provisions of federal law enacted by the Depository Institution Deregulation and Monetary Control Act, or DMICA, often referred to as DMICA, or DID-A by some folks. This bill was drafted in cooperation with the Office of the Attorney General and the Department of Insurance, Securities, and Banking in an effort to prevent abusive predatory lending using provisions of DMICA to charge exorbitant interest rates multiples higher than the district's interest rate cap. To date, the OAG has brought several enforcement actions to deal with these predatory loans on a lender-by-lender basis. The bill also defines for the first time key terms, including lender, in the code to clarify what persons and entities are subject to the district's lending regulations. Yep. Just wanted to pause and make sure we didn't have any council members who were present. Seeing as though we do not, we're going to call our public witnesses for this measure before turning to the Office of the Attorney General. I understand we have Ian Maloney with the American FinTech Council who's actually present. Thanks for joining us in person. And we have other witnesses who are testifying virtually. I'm going to make a call for the folks who signed up with the committee to testify. Linda Coe, Whitney Barkley Denny, Gilberto Sorio Mendoza, Danielle Fager Arlo, Catherine Brennan, Lauren Saunders, and we're going to start with Ian Maloney, again, who's joined us in person. Thanks for joining us in person. Good morning to you. You begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair McDuffie, for the opportunity providing me to testify before you in opposition to Bill 25-0609. My name is Ian Maloney. I'm the Senior Vice President and Head of Policy and Regulatory Affairs of the American FinTech Council and a resident of Cleveland Park neighborhood in Councilmember Furman's Ward 3. AFC is a standards-based association seeking to promote innovative, transparent, inclusive, and consumer-centric financial system by supporting responsible innovation in financial technology and encouraging sound public policy. As part of this standards-based association, I recognize that not all bank fintech partnerships are created equal. While AFC members do not offer loans above 36% interest, other bank fintech partnerships do not hold themselves to such a standard. However, this bill is a blunt legislative solution for an issue that requires nuance. Bill 25-0609 diminishes access for DC residents. This bill opts DC out of federal law that enables community banks to compete with national banks. As a result, this will significantly decrease the supply of affordable credit in DC at a time when, according to the CFPB, credit card interest rates are at an all-time high and being driven by a lack of competition. Further, high-cost lenders will seek loopholes like partnering with nationally chartered banks who are not impacted by this bill's provisions to continue offering their predatory products to consumers previously served by responsible lenders that make up AFC's membership. It's important to note that this bill is based on the idea of a small group of Iowa lawyers who claim that Iowa's decision to opt out of rate exportation proved beneficial to consumers without providing any empirical data of this claim. Proponents of this bill will tell you that lending activity is robust in Iowa. However, based on an analysis of AFC's members each year, at least 250,000 Iowans are left without access to responsible credit, totaling approximately $300 million, and that's each year. This hardly seems like a robust lending environment, and it is likely that the impact to DC would be much worse, given that the district only has 2 financial institutions chartered within its borders. Simply put, responsible offerings through bank fintech partnerships will no longer exist in DC, leaving thousands of consumers without access to responsible credit. If the council decides to pass this bill, then I respectfully request that this committee revisits DC's interest rate laws to ensure that the allowable interest rate in DC reflects the current environment and gives DC residents the opportunity to engage with responsible credit offerings at 36% interest and below. Both as a representative of the fintech industry and a resident of DC, I'm deeply concerned about the impact of passing this bill will have on my fellow DC citizens. I respectfully request that the committee table this bill and not harm the thousands of DC residents being responsibly served by AFC members. Thank you again for the opportunity to levy my concerns, and I'm open for any questions.
And thank you for taking the time to join us to provide those concerns on the record. We appreciate it. We're going to turn next to Linda Coe. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us. You begin your testimony.
Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie, for your leadership in introducing the PALS Act to prevent out-of-state lenders from evading DC's 24% APR usury cap. I'm Linda Coe, an attorney with SEDEC DC. Our mission is to safeguard the legal rights of DC residents with low incomes dealing with abusive debt and other consumer-related issues. I'm summarizing my testimony and have submitted a full written version. I'm speaking in support of this bill on behalf of my organization, SEDEC DC, and Legal Aid DC, the DC Bar Pro Bono Center, Legal Counsel for the Elderly, and the National Disability Institute. Unless a state enacts an opt-out law such as the PALS Act, out-of-state banks are permitted to export their interest rates anywhere in the country without regard to local rate caps such as DC's 24% limit. Some fintech lenders have been partnering with banks to exploit this through rent-to-bank schemes. OAG has relied on the true lender doctrine to rid DC of those lenders one by one, but these enforcement actions are resource-intensive and only occur after DC residents have been victimized already. OAG's enforcement actions demonstrate the magnitude of the harm caused to residents. For example, 3 lenders collectively settled for over $6 million for deceptive loans to over 4,000 DC consumers with interest rates that in some cases exceeded 200% APR. The PALS Act would conserve OAG's resources and prevent additional predatory lenders from entering the market and harming DC consumers. Colorado recently passed a similar law. DC should do the same with the PALS Act. Interest rate caps like DC's 24% limit are vital to protecting our consumers. High-cost loans trap consumers into a harmful debt cycle that often leads to delinquency or default on these and other debts, which in turn lead to late fees, debt collection lawsuits, garnishment, and ruined credit scores, jeopardizing consumers' ability to access reasonably priced credit, rent an apartment, get insurance, and sometimes get clearance for a job. Opponents of the bill argue that it would limit consumer credit options, but predatory high-cost credit is not the type of credit that DC residents need. DC set its interest rate limits at levels that protect consumers, and protecting consumers requires ensuring that they're not trapped into paying usurious interest rates. We think this bill effectively addresses the risks to DC residents, and we urge the council to pass it. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for providing your testimony. I'm going to turn next to Whitney Barkley Denny. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us. You can begin your testimony.
Good morning. Thank you so much. Yes, my name is Whitney Barkley Denny, and I'm Deputy State Director and Senior Policy Counsel at the Center for Responsible Lending. The Center for Responsible Lending is a national nonpartisan research and advocacy organization that works to ensure a fair and inclusive financial marketplace for all, regardless of income. It's because of this commitment that I'm here in support of 609, B25 609, a bill that will stop the evasions of DC's strong consumer lending law by online lenders. These evasions are accomplished by online lenders in a partnership with a handful of out-of-state state charter banks who exploit a federal provision that allows them to export across the country the interest rates of the states where they are chartered. And it gives an unfair advantage to banks in states with weak consumer financial protection laws, and it disempowers lawmakers, the Attorney General, and voters who put those laws into place. DC's attorney generals, as you know, have been leaders in the fight against these invasions, but litigation is time-consuming and expensive. And given the growing number of parties to these evasions, one-by-one litigation over the financial structure of these schemes is not a viable approach. The best way to stop these evasions is by exercising the state's right under federal law to opt out of the Depository Institutions Deregulation and Monetary Control Act, or DINMCA. I think it's important to highlight that Washington, D.C.'s laws for consumers are reasonable. The district allows lenders to charge up to 24%. This rate has served borrowers well, allowing access to credit while ensuring that working men and women are not taken advantage of by unscrupulous lenders and their bank partners. In contrast, high-cost loans like the ones offered through rent-to-bank arrangements harm consumers. In the past year, predatory lenders like Inova, predatory lenders like Inova and OppLoans have made triple-digit small installment loans to D.C. residents protected by the cap. So aggressive enforcement actions by the Attorney General's office have successfully stopped these lenders, but there's another type of rent-to-bank that persists in the district. These lenders are making large loans, $10,000 to $20,000, at rates of 30% or even 36% APR. Such rates on loans this size are untenable. The Center for Responsible Lending advocates for 36% on loans of $500 and below, not on loans of $5,000 or $10,000. A new report by the National Consumer Law Center makes this clear. As I noted before, DC has a 24% rate cap on all loans regardless of size. This puts DC on par with states like Maryland, Nebraska, Florida, and Kansas for loans over $10,000. Let's talk about what that 24% means. It still makes these loans an expensive product. A borrower who takes out $10,000 to be repaid over 5 years will make $7,000 in interest payments. Now consider the rate these rent-to-bank lenders are charging. At 30%, the same borrower would pay $9,000 in interest. At 36%, they would pay back nearly $12,000 in interest on a $10,000 loan. Again, rates of 30 to 36% are appropriate for very small loans, not large installment products. The DC rate cap works. It should be respected as law, not just by those lenders who are inside the Beltway, but those who are outside as well. Any lender serving DC citizens should have to play by the same rules and not make up their own. Thank you so much for your time today.
And thank you for your testimony this morning. Our next witness is Gilberto Soria Mendoza. Thanks for joining us this morning. You can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and members of the committee. My name is Gilberto Mendoza, representing Upstart in opposition to the DINMCA opt-out in B25609. Upstart hosts an online lending marketplace connecting DC consumers to over 100 banks and credit unions. All of the consumer loans provided by our lending partners are below 36% APR. Upstart uses data and AI tools so that our lending partners qualify applicants with lower incomes and credit scores to provide the lowest price available. Since 2020, Upstart has powered more than 7,600 loans in DC, equating to over $89.5 million. I want to be clear. DC residents who access loans between 24 and 36% on our marketplace have an average FICO score of 644 and an average annual income of about $84,000. The average loan by those negatively impacted by this bill on our marketplace is only $7,900. Again, all of these loans are below 36% APR. This is credit that's helped Washingtonians consolidate and pay off their expensive debts and deal with emergencies. The DINMCA opt-out in this bill should concern everyone. Illinois and New Mexico were able to root out lending above 36% APR in recent years without the unintended consequences that the opt-out creates. Based on our 2022 volume, We estimate that almost 1,000 loans and $7 million in credit will disappear a year if this bill passes. For example, someone who isn't able to pay off their $10,000 in credit card debt at 36% APR, they come to Upstart and get a loan at 25% from a lending partner to pay it off immediately and benefit from the lower interest rate. Their credit score goes up. Certain DC residents cannot access loans from local lenders due to their lower credit scores, income, and other credit factors. Therefore, they seek capital from lenders headquartered elsewhere who are willing to provide them with options. Because of DC's low rate cap on larger consumer loans, this bill will make it impossible for out-of-state community banks to offer affordable loans to consumers, particularly those in minority communities. A way to mitigate the negative impact of the opt-out on access to credit is to increase the usury rate cap. Increasing it to 36% keeps access for everyone seeking credit on our lending marketplace. Increasing it to 30% preserves access to credit for around 90% of those negatively impacted by the opt-out. We look forward to working with you on constructive policy alternatives that do not cut access to credit to people who need it the most. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much for your testimony this afternoon. Our next witness also joining us virtually is Danielle Fagra-Arlo. Good afternoon to you.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you.
You can begin,
Mr. Chairman, oh, go ahead.
you can begin.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I'm Danielle Fagra-Arlo, Senior Vice President of the American Financial Services Association. We thank you for the opportunity to speak today in opposition to this bill. Our association is more than 100 years old. We represent the consumer credit industry, including vehicle finance, mortgages, traditional installment lending, and credit cards. Our members include everyone from small creditors operating in just one state to some of the world's largest banks. We do not represent payday lenders or title lenders. We do not represent credit unions. I cannot overstate how concerned we are about this bill, and I think our concerns are different from the other concerns you'll hear today. Opting out of DIDMCA has consequences for our members that have nothing to do with the bank partnership model that some people call rent-a-bank. We have a number of members who do not partner with anybody, but they own and operate state-chartered, federally insured banks nationally as their business model. They don't rent their charter. For example, a very large credit card company that from the outside looks just like its peers is in fact a state-chartered bank. Another member of ours that looks just like a captive vehicle finance company from the outside is in fact a state-chartered bank. Another member is a captive vehicle finance company that uses its state charter bank as a liquidity option nationally and as the financing option for vehicle floor planning, which is extending credit to automobile dealers to finance their cars in their showrooms and on their lots, or funding consumer vehicle purchases for different brands of vehicles that aren't their own. A state charter offers a bank certainty, predictability, and consistency. DIDMCA was intended to put state chartered banks on an even playing field with national banks, and that's exactly what it did. State opt-outs of DIDMCA present an existential threat to these business models. After DIDMCA passed in 1980, 7 states opted out right away between 1980 and 1983. But then starting in 1986 and by 1998, every single state except Iowa reversed course and opted back in. Why? Were they protecting their state's consumers too much? Or did it turn out that DIDMCA hurt their own state's banks and consumers more than it helped them? Iowa is a great state, but so are Massachusetts and Maine and Wisconsin and Nebraska. Shouldn't we know why every other state that went down this path quickly reversed course before DC goes down the same path? And you don't have to believe me. Ask any law firm who deals in these matters if they are currently recommending would-be banks to seek a state charter over a national charter. The answer is no. Just one state opting out 40 years after the last state opted out of DIDMCA, a law that is not even in effect yet, plus other states merely considering opting out, has destabilized the future of state charter banks so much that it's too risky for anyone to responsibly recommend the business model. We respectfully urge the council to please slow down and take time to figure out exactly what this will mean in generally for the future of state chartered banks and national businesses in DC. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next witness is Catherine Brennan. Good afternoon to you. You can begin your testimony.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is Kathy Brennan, and I'm a partner at Hudson Cook, which is a law firm that focuses almost exclusively on consumer credit compliance. And we have offices in Maryland, Virginia, and in the District of Columbia. My practice in particular focuses on bank partnership programs and the comprehensive federal and state regulatory regime that surrounds them. Thanks for the opportunity again to testify on this legislation. The bill first intends to exercise the right conferred on the District of Columbia by DIDMCA. DIDMCA places FDIC-insured state chartered banks on equal footing with national banks, which have long enjoyed rate exportation authority under the National Bank Act. To appease the states' rights vote in Congress at the time DIDMCA was enacted in 1980, DIDMCA also granted this opt-out right. Several states did, in fact, opt out of DIDMCA at the time. However, most of the states that had opted out earlier subsequently repealed their opt-outs, meaning that they opt back in because the states found it was bad public policy to remove their residents from credit opportunities. More importantly, it's not clear that the opt-out right being sought to be exercised under this bill still exists, because in 1989, another piece of legislation, FIREA, likely repealed it. If that is the case, there is in fact no ability for DC to opt out of rate exportation. The district should table the DIDMCA opt-out issue rather than proceed until it determines that it in fact has the right to enact an opt-out. It's further unfortunate that consumer advocates continue to conflate subprime credit with predatory credit because the DIDMCA opt-out will deprive residents of access to credit, as the district's usury cap of 24% per year is lower than, for example, the annual percentage rates on many consumer credit cards. The bill you're considering today will result in state charter banks ending their lending activities in the district, including products that fall between the district's relatively lower usury cap of 24% and 36%. Again, many of which are used today to finance essential goods and services. In addition to the DIDMCA opt-out, the bill incorporates an anti-evasion provision that recharacterizes the non-bank partner as the true lender. This language stems from a more than 20-year-old guidance from the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, which challenged its banks that previously partnered with payday lenders. The anti-evasion provision is an outdated solution for a problem that does not currently exist. DC has made it very plain it will sue fintechs that partner with banks that offer higher rate credit. And bank partnerships have evolved considerably over the last 25 years, with banking regulators and banks demanding strict legal compliance from service providers. There is extensive guidance from both the FDIC and the OCC on how to manage these types of risks. And additionally, fintechs are subjected to many federal and state laws. So the argument that they are operating outside of the law or simply renting a charger is just false and inflammatory. The bill also does not provide any additional protections for consumers. It just makes it difficult for banks to provide lending products to consumers. Thank you again for the time. I've submitted written testimony and I'm happy to answer any questions.
And thank you for providing your testimony this afternoon. Our final witness for this panel is Lauren Saunders. Good afternoon to you. Begin your testimony.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. Chairperson McDuffie and members of the committee. I'm Lauren Saunders, Associate Director of the National Consumer Law Center, a national nonprofit that uses its consumer law expertise to work for economic justice for low-income and vulnerable consumers. We write a consumer law treatise on state credit laws, and I monitor rent-a-bank lending and other evasions across the country. I'm pleased to support the PALS Act, which will prevent evasions of DC's strong consumer protection laws. Online lenders have used rent-a-bank schemes to charge 100% to 200% or more to DC residents. The Attorney General has brought important enforcement actions, but enforcement is resource intensive and does not prevent new attempts to evade DC law. In another type of evasion, online lenders charging as high as 700% interest have used Native American tribes as a shield against enforcement. Fake tribal lenders have operated in DC. The PALS app stops these schemes in two ways. First, opting out of DIDA will immediately end today's triple-digit rent-a-bank schemes. Iowa has been opted out for 40 years, and it has none of the predatory rent-a-bank lenders that plague other states. Second, the PALS Act codifies the widely accepted true lender doctrine, which actually goes back 200 years to anti-evasion law, and it applies regardless of type of bank charter. That will prevent predatory lenders from turning to national banks or from hiding behind tribes. Many states have codified the true lender doctrine, including 5 since 2021, and Washington State's legislature just voted unanimously to do so. The PALS Act will preserve access to affordable credit. Most credit cards are offered by national banks, and others generally charge rates within DC limits. Higher rates above 24% are excessive for a credit card. I worked on the Credit Card Act of 2009, and it was the pain and outrage generated by 29% APR penalty rates that led Congress to pass credit card reform. Fintech lenders can also operate within DC's interest rate limits, and most of their loans already do. But their loans are typically in the thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars, and 36% is an exorbitant rate for a large loan. Raising the rate on a $10,000 5-year loan from 24% to 36% adds over $4,000 in interest. DC has set fair interest rates for its residents, and higher rates are likely to be unsustainable burdens and not affordable credit. Predatory credit is not access to credit, it is access to a debt trap. The PALS Act will protect DC residents and prevent evasions of DC law, and I urge you to support it. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you each for your testimony this morning. Just a few questions for the panel, and I'll begin with Ian Maloney. I appreciate your perspective. You had a part of your testimony, and I know you submitted your written testimony electronically, so thank you for doing that. I haven't had a chance to review it thoroughly yet, but you had mentioned Iowa in your testimony, and you mentioned I think some disadvantages you think that exist in Iowa for consumers that don't exist in places that have not opted out from DMCA.
Yep.
So talk a little bit more about that.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. So in Iowa, they've opted out of DMCA, which is their decision, and the interest rate that they allow is far lower. So it's roughly in the 20% range. And the unfortunate part of that is for our lenders, they're operating at 36% and below, offering credit. And so based on the analysis that we did just of our members, each year, 250,000 Iowans are left without access to credit because they fit within that gap between Iowa's interest rate, what's allowable there, and the 36%, which is.
And is the 36% you mentioned for your members, is that median or is that, what is that 36%?
That's the maximum.
So
AFC is a standards-based trade association. We have as part of our standards that our members operate at 36% and below, do not offer any loans of any size above that rate. And so that's where in my testimony, I mentioned that not all bank fintech partnerships are created equal. And I think it's important to recognize that, as well as the aspect of credit cards that are currently sitting at about 25 to upwards of 39%. And those are able to continue to operate even with the passage of this bill.
So how did you all arrive at the 36%?
So 36% is actually based on the evidence provided in the early 2000s from the Military Lending Act that said for service members, this is the responsible rate of credit that will not overburden an individual. That is, and service members are not necessarily the wealthiest individuals. They're very akin to, normal folks that are accessing credit. And so this rate was what would provide them enough access to credit to give as many people as access as they could without overburdening them with debt.
So just to be clear, are your members lending to consumers in Iowa?
So they are currently, but at far, far lower rates, something akin to like 8,000 residents as opposed to the 250,000 that could be served. And that's bare minimum numbers.
Got it. I'm going to toss this out to the folks who have testified virtually. I'm curious about your response, and maybe this is to, Lauren Saunders or Whitney, Barkley, Denny, or Linda Coe. But I'm curious about your response to the argument that enforcing the district's current rate cap of 24%, which many out-of-state lenders avoid, would harm district borrowers with the lower credit scores. Sort of the argument that we're hearing from Ian Maloney. Do you all have a response to that? It looks like many states have settled on an interest rate cap that's higher than the district's cap. And so I'd love to hear your thoughts about whether opting out for district consumers puts them at a disadvantage.
Actually, the 36% rate is one that developed for small loans. And, it is certainly inappropriate for large loans of the type that these fintech partnerships typically make. We do survey interest rate limits by all 50 states. And most states have rates that go down, well below 36% for larger loans. The median right now is about 27%, but there are a lot of states in the kind of 24-25% range, especially those states like DC that wish DC were a state, that are trying to protect their consumers. Remember, that is, if you ask an ordinary person on the street, what is an appropriate interest rate, and you say 36%, they're going to say that's way too high. And that interest really piles up on big loans. And again, when people are drowning in credit card debt right now, and that interest that piles up, the CFPB found that 1 in 10 people are in persistent debt because they're paying more interest than principal on their credit cards. So for loans in the thousands of dollars, we don't think that is really affordable and sustainable credit. And I think DC has set their interest rates at an appropriate level.
So I appreciate the last point you just made in saying that DC has set our interest rates at an appropriate level. I think it was 1983 when this level was set, the 24%. Do I have that correct?
I don't know.
Okay, yeah, I think it was 1983. And so I'm curious if 24% today is the right level for the larger loans in the thousands. If anybody has any thoughts on that.
If anything, I would say, it's become easier to lend. I mean, technology, everything has become more streamlined, economies of scale. Underwriting is far less manual than it was back in 1983.
So, Chairman, I would say that reinvestigating what the right interest rate, I think, is a prudent path forward, because when you look at the credit card rates that currently exist, they are in excess of the district's usury rate, and then also the Fed funds rate is sort of the starting point, and then the industry adapts to that. And so having some flexibility there, providing for a higher interest rate, will allow for individuals to access that credit, because typically our members are seeing that their consumers are those that are going after loans because of credit card debt, and they're trying to consolidate that debt. So it's $10,000, $15,000 of credit card debt, and they're using the loans that are offered by our members at 36% and below to consolidate that debt from a rate that's much higher. Mm-hmm. So by affording them that interest rate of 36%, that would allow them access even for those larger loans that we've been discussing. That's why they're accessing them. That's why they're going after those larger loans.
What I'm curious, you said the max rate for your members is 36%, right?
Yes.
What about for Gilberto, Taria Mendoza, or some of the other witnesses that represent lenders? I think Danielle. Yeah, I'd be interested to hear the highest interest rate consumers can get in the District of Columbia from your members.
Hi, Chairman. Gilberto here at Upstart. We are a member of the American FinTech Council, which Ian Maloney represents. Like I said in my testimony, we do not do any lending above 36% APR. And I think a line that resonated from Kathy Brennan's testimony is that a lot of folks are construing subprime credit with predatory credit. Again, right, if you ask someone in DC who has prime credit, if anything above, if 36% APR is high, of course they're going to say that's high. If you ask someone who may have a lower credit, who does not have access to credit below 24% APR, of course they're gonna say that they need access to credit, right? Their credit will just dry up. And then they will seek alternative options for credit, right? So I think the conversation is about access to credit for those subprime borrowers who don't have the luxury of getting a loan at 18% APR. Their credit will dry up, and they will just have less options, and there'll be more high cost alternative lending that they'll seek out. Folks need money when they need money. It doesn't matter the price. Again, Upstart does not lend over 36%. The average loan for folks at Upstart who are getting loans between 24 and 36% is $7,900, right? We're not offering $50,000 loans at 36%. And these are folks who are coming to our marketplace who are getting loans from our lending partners to refinance high cost debt, medical emergencies, other emergencies that may arise.
Thanks for that. I want to ask the same question of Danielle and Catherine in terms of the interest rates that consumers in the District of Columbia with lower credit might get from the lenders that you represent. What's the highest it can get? We've heard 36% from a couple of witnesses. I'm curious to hear from you all as well.
I'll go first. So the people that we're representing in this matter about DIDMCA, the state chartered federally insured banks who operate on a national basis, we're talking about credit cards, we're talking about vehicle finance companies. Most of them would be below DC's rate. It's not about the rate for them. It's about the consistency on a national basis. That's why DIDMCA is so important, and nobody ever talks about that. That's why their business models are threatened by the change in DIDMCA when places opt out. In terms of rate, terms of rate, I'd say that we don't have our members who charge higher rates than those being discussed today don't typically operate in DC. But I think it's important when you talk about APR, we believe that cost is a more relevant factor than APR. For example, if you loaned me $100 today and I paid you back $101 tomorrow, that's $1 for the use of $100. That's pretty inexpensive, but it's 365% APR. And if I paid it back, in an hour, it's thousands and thousands. It's like 15,000% APR. Obviously, that's a ridiculous example, but when you're talking about a 6-month loan of $1,000, 36% is not $360 because each month you're paying it down, and so it's minimizing each month. I think it's about $220. Some of our members have a cost of funds right now, especially ones who are not associated with banks and are borrowing from banks themselves, of around 9%. That's pretty expensive, and it's a lot more than it was. It's twice as much as it was a few years ago when interest rates were low. But it's a very difficult. Our members are being squeezed in the states where they do offer small dollar loans. We do believe that if you want DC to have a viable small dollar loan market, you have to go above 36% until the Federal Reserve says $2,500 is where you break even at 36% as a creditor. And that was before interest rates. They said that a few years ago, before interest rates for borrowers, for creditors themselves, were what we have right now.
Can I respond to that point about the Federal Reserve?
Sure.
that study was an apples to apples comparison to a much older one. I think it was from the 70s or 80s, back when there was purely manual writing. And I actually talked to one of the economists who did that study. They looked for lenders who were doing in-person, manual, in-store underwriting of the type that was done decades ago and compared those costs of underwriting. Has nothing to do what can be done today with modern fintech tools and underwriting.
Okay.
I'm not talking about fintechs. I'm
and-
talking
and
about our
that's-
members in other places that don't use fintech companies. They're brick and mortar stores.
Let me jump in because there's obviously, I think, a problem, right? We've got the Office of the Attorney General who's brought suits, and I think at least one witness has made, I think, the important point of how the district should respond to this, given the amount of resources that our Attorney General's office has to expend each time they file a lawsuit versus whether it's a more appropriate way to handle this in a policy fashion by opting out. And so just to give us a good sense for the record of what people are seeing right now, if any of the consumer advocates want to talk about whether they're seeing a rise in lending products from some of these so-called rent-a-bank lenders. What's happening in the market today in terms of—
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I apologize for interrupting, but if I could follow on from Danielle's comments, because I thought I was going to have a second.
No, I did actually ask that question of both of you, so I appreciate you interjecting. I'll hold that question I just asked and try to get a response after you respond to the earlier question I asked. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. So I've been working at Hudson Cook doing regulatory compliance since 2004, and I've been advising bank partnerships for most of that time. I'm not aware of any fintech that's operating in DC at the moment that would exceed 36%, because of the district's enforcement actions. So the actions that the Attorney General has already undertaken have constituted a deterrent to fintechs that work with state chartered banks. And in fact, there are some fintechs who won't go into DC altogether because, as Upstart has pointed out, like there is that 24 to 36% window of opportunity in customers that they aren't comfortable serving. Lauren Saunders made the comment that banks can do this because we have the technology today. The reason we have the technology today is because of fintechs. And if you enact legislation that's going to discourage fintechs, you're not going to get the benefit of what fintechs can bring to the provision of credit to all consumers. Lauren also referenced tribal lending, which I don't believe is at all addressed in this bill. And would require perhaps a different solution than what you are presented with today. But in summary, I would echo Danielle's comments is that we just aren't seeing the higher rate credit in the District of Columbia because of the current usury cap and the Attorney General's hostility to that type of lending.
Well, no, I appreciate that the Attorney General's actions have had a deterrent effect, and I'm actually happy to hear that. But I'm also curious to hear, what the environment was like prior to those suits, right? And to be clear, it's not the intent of introducing this bill to deter all lending activity. Obviously, it is though to deter and address concerns about the predatory and abusive activity that we've heard about. And so I want to just ask finally the question that I posed earlier about what some of the advocates are hearing about the lending practices and products that are in the market today from some of these so-called rent-a-bank lenders.
So I've monitored the rent-a-bank lenders over the years, and they ebb and flow in different states. Previously, Elevate Credit was offering loans well above 100% in DC. Opportunity Financial was. Both of those face enforcement actions. Easy Pay Finance was. I think they also face an enforcement action. So I'm not aware of any others right now, but I have seen Rent a bank lenders leave a state when there's been a flurry of activity, and then sometimes they come back. I've seen Opportunity Financial move back into a number of states where previously they had avoided. And in terms of the tribal lending, I did find, a CFPB complaint against a DC resident about a tribal loan, and their website lists the states where they don't lend, and DC is not listed there. So presumably they're lending in DC. And the true lender part of the bill would stop evasions, regardless of whether it's a bank evasion or another type.
Chairman, just briefly, if,
Yes, thank you.
sorry.
Go ahead. I
I'm
want
sorry?
to go online. Who is that online? I can't see.
This is Whitney Barkley Denny. I want to pass it over actually to Ms. Coe, since she's doing this work in the district on a daily basis. My experience with the day-to-day work here actually comes from the Mississippi Delta, which is probably different than most people on this call. It's where I cut my teeth as a legal services attorney and saw the incredibly damaging effects that super high cost credit has on the working poor. And I would just say, before I turn it over to Ms. Coe, I think one thing we need to remember is that not all access to credit is good access, just as not all access to food is good access. If you give a starving person poisoned food, it's going to make them sicker than they were before they actually ate. And so before I turn it over to her, I just wanted to, to make that point. When we talk about access to credit, we really need to be talking about access to good loans that build people's financial future and not loans that do nothing but strip them away.
Thanks for making that point. I'm going to turn it to Linda Coe and then back to Ian Maloney to finish this out before we turn to the Attorney General. Linda Coe?
Thank you. Yes, I want to echo what Whitney and Lauren have just said. And without those OAG actions, there would be thousands and thousands of district residents, and there's the risk that those lenders or other lenders can still come back in and require OAG enforcement efforts and resources to get rid of them. We see people coming in just that have been trapped in debt cycles. I can't really tell you what their interest rates are, but once they get trapped in that cycle where interest keeps accruing and they can no longer make those payments, then their credit scores go down, they have trouble getting insurance, and it just becomes a vicious cycle. So that's why we think we need this law.
Thank you for that. Ms. Maloney?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think just to summarize from our vantage point and some of the conversation that you've heard, the Attorney General's efforts have by and large seemingly done a good job in taking away the work being done by those high interest folks. This is not, they're not our members. They don't operate at 36 and below. But unfortunately, this bill, if passed, would take access away for all those individuals that are, even for those that are engaging with lenders at 36% and below. Responsible credit for responsible individuals. And so while this may be a legal victory for the Attorney General's office, it ends up coming at the cost of the consumer. And I think that's what we need to think about as we're evaluating this bill, is what is the actual impact on the consumer, and are they having access to credit?
Thank you for your testimony, as well as the testimony of all the witnesses who joined us virtually. We appreciate your time. I believe we have every witness's written testimony. So thank you for that as well. This is a good segue to turn to our government witness, Attorney General Brian Schwab and his team. To swear you all in, and anybody who plans on testifying. Plan to testify, if you can raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you are about to provide to the Council of the District of Columbia and the Committee on Business and Economic Development is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon,
Thanks for
Chairman.
joining us.
Nice to see you. Thank you for inviting me. Good afternoon, Chairperson McDuffie, council members, staff, and district residents. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of B 25-0609, the Protecting Affordable Loans Amendment Act of 2023, or PALS Act. This act is needed to better enforce the 24% interest rate cap that the council wisely put into place to shield consumers from predatory lending practices. In recent years, out-of-state banks have been using creative workarounds known as rent-a-bank schemes to evade the cap. While my office has been successful in litigating against these schemes, the PALS Act will make it easier for us to stop usurious lenders from preying upon the district's most vulnerable residents. The district has a strict 24% interest rate cap that applies to all loans in the district, which the council put into place for a reason. Consumers desperate to meet living expenses should not be forced to pay exorbitant, usurious interest rates on borrowed funds. Enacting the interest rate cap put a stop to the traditional payday loan practices that were so harmful to district residents, taking advantage of a quick need for cash, trapping people in cycles of debt. That interest rate cap has not cut residents in the district off from credit. Consumers, including those with emergency needs for cash, continue to have non-predatory options for loans, both with large banks and smaller credit unions. Notwithstanding the district's interest rate cap, predatory businesses have continued to come up with creative schemes to try to circumvent the district's law. One such scheme is known as rate exportation, or colloquially rent-a-bank. Under a rent-a-bank lending scheme, a financial tech company or fintech platform partners with an out-of-state bank to import the lending cap that applies in that out-of-state bank's home state, as opposed to applying the district cap. These out-of-state banks tend to be located in states that have no state usury cap. Under a rent-a-bank partnership, even though the bank's name may be on the loan documents, the actual lender is the fintech partner that is actively targeting district residents to become borrowers. The Office of Attorney General has been working hard to combat these types of predatory lending schemes in order to protect district residents. Our office successfully brought cases against 3 of the biggest rent-a-bank companies that were providing predatory loans in the district: Elevate Credit, Opportunity Financial, and Easy Pay. These companies were providing loans to thousands of district consumers at annual percentage interest rates that ranged between 100% and 251%. OAG obtained settlements that returned millions of dollars to district consumers and that prohibited the companies from lending in the future at rates above the law 24% APR. However, there are other companies that are engaging in lending ruses in the district, and combating them requires significant investigatory and professional resources. Absent a clear prohibition on these practices in the law, this high-cost predatory lending will continue. Fortunately, there's an easy solution. All that a jurisdiction needs to do is to exempt itself from rate exportation, and all it needs to do is to state clearly in legislation that it is exercising its right to prevent the rate exportation that is allowed under federal law. That's what the PALS Act does. The bill would shut down rate exportation from out-of-state banks to the district, and it will do so in a clear way across the board, avoiding the need for complex, labor-intensive investigation and litigation. Critics of the PALS Act may argue that high-cost lending is necessary to provide credit to underserved populations, and that in the absence of such lending options, people will be shut out from borrowing money or accessing credit to meet their needs. First, that's an attack on the propriety of the district's 24% interest rate cap. It's not a reason to allow other states' legislative judgments to override the council's judgment on what the maximum allowable interest in the district should be. Second, large banks and credit unions are increasingly stepping in to serve this population at much more affordable rates. Third, research shows that rent-a-bank loans had loss rates of 50% compared to a less than 2% charge-off rate for most bank loans, meaning that half of all rent-a-bank borrowers are unable to pay the loans back. In other words, rather than lifting people out of a desperate situation, these loans frequently subject people to spiraling cycles of debt, hounding by debt collectors, lower credit scores, and the need to seek out additional high-cost loans. Pressure from the debt trap caused by high-cost loans can have long-term impacts on consumers' financial and physical well-being. DC is not alone in recognizing the need to enact legislation like the PALS Act. Iowa and Puerto Rico opted out of rate exportation more than 30 years ago. Colorado joined them this year. And Connecticut, Maryland, Minnesota, and Florida have all recently introduced bills to combat the interest rate evasion that comes from rent-a-bank schemes and rent exportation. The district should continue to demonstrate leadership in protecting consumers by passing this critically needed and important bill. In closing, Chairman McDuffie, I'd like to thank you and your staff for working so closely with my office to bring this bill to fruition. When my team identified a way that the law could be tightened, a way to make the laws of the district work more efficiently for the residents we are charged with protecting, we found a willing partner in you and your office to make that change a reality. Thank you for your hard work and leadership to protect district consumers and ensure that all banks operating in the district play by the same rules. I urge the council to pass the PALS Act.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Attorney General. So I'd asked the public witnesses before you joined, and I know you were here. Excuse me. About what they were seeing in the market. And, you know, I think we heard from a few of the witnesses on either side of this issue that your office's enforcement actions has helped to deter that type of activity to the extent it existed before. But to the extent it existed before and has prompted your office to bring said enforcement actions, what were you all seeing in the market?
We were receiving complaints from borrowers and from advocates who are representing borrowers that they were in ever spiraling debt cycles and that the products that they were going to use to try to help them had a variety of bells and whistles and things that attracted people to come to them. But when you peeled back what was actually going on, people were being charged interest way above what the legal cap in the city is, which is 24%.
Thank you for that. And then you also heard, and I think you addressed this somewhat in your testimony, but you heard some of the witnesses who represent lenders say that DC consumers, particularly those with lower credit scores, are going to be at a disadvantage if this law were to be passed and the district were to opt out. Because, you know, if they're somewhere between that 24, 36%, then they won't have access to the loans they need. How do you respond to that?
I think that that is a point that the council could choose to consider and address, which really goes to revisiting the question of whether 24% is the right number for the District of Columbia. We are not hearing a lot of feedback that people are not able to access loans and that even complying with the law, there are lawfully abiding fintech companies operating and standard banks operating and credit unions operating to provide credit availability. But it may be that if the council wants to revisit a 24% cap, it can do so. This law doesn't have to take on that issue. It's simply making sure that a loophole in our law is closed by opting out of the exportation rights.
And one of the witnesses, I'm not sure if you heard this part, but they questioned whether or not, and urged the council to look at whether or not we actually have the authority to opt out. And there's an industry white paper out there implying that DMCA opt-out is no longer available for a state. I don't know if your office has looked at that issue and whether you have an opinion on that.
We have looked at it and I'm happy to provide you with more research on it, but I think that legal answer, the answer is that is not the case. There still is an opt-out right in the law. It has not been preempted or changed by FARIA or any other federal law.
Okay. There's also another argument out there that any opt-out only impacts DC chartered banks, of which there are only a couple. What's your view on that? If you looked at that issue at all?
Well, I'm not sure I understand that argument because the opt-out is basically preventing a rent-a-bank scheme from banks anywhere in the country from being engaged in a partnership that is ultimately charging district residents more than our lawful cap on interest.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand the argument either,
Right.
but I wanted to raise it just because that argument was out there. And so I appreciate your response to that point of view. Is there any reason that you might expect litigation challenging this law if the council passes it?
Look, I suppose, as we know, in our society, litigation can be brought by anybody through filing of a complaint. We deal with that regularly in the Office of Attorney General in terms of defending our laws when they're challenged. But I think given the precedent, given what other states have done, given the clear language of the federal law, which gives states like the District of Columbia a chance and opportunity to opt out, we think that the passing of this law is lawful, it's defensible, and more importantly, it's in the best interest of the residents of the District of Columbia.
And you mentioned in your testimony, Iowa and Puerto Rico having already opted out. You mentioned Connecticut, Maryland, Minnesota, Florida, and Colorado, which joined them last year. Some witnesses have expressed, both those who testified today and others who reached out, have expressed concern that if more jurisdictions were to opt out of DMCA, it would make it difficult for the interstate lenders, and not necessarily those who are looking to engage in the predatory practices, but it would make difficult generally for interstate lenders to offer loans. Do you have any concerns with that contention?
I don't. I think that having consistent rules across, jurisdictions is easier for lending businesses to figure out what business plans they want to follow. But we do have a patchwork quilt of different states and jurisdictions having different rules, and the financial industry has been pretty adept at being able to navigate through those with an opportunity and some success in making profit doing it.
Appreciate it. Just a couple more questions. I don't know if this is probably to ask this question, but there are some industry witnesses who say that DMCA opt-out is overbroad. I think you heard that from a couple of folks today. And your current enforcement tools, it could be an argument that's already working. You don't need to do this. If there's somebody out there who is preying on district consumers, then the Attorney General has demonstrated that they have tools adequate to address this problem. There's no need to legislate in this area. How do you respond to that?
Well, I think that's true. We have demonstrated the ability to go after bad actors and hold people accountable. What we like to do is bring litigation that's going to impact behavior and change behavior for the better. And we think we've done that. And probably there are some people who are now deterred from doing business that violates our law in the district. That's a good thing. But we also know that there are other folks who continue to try to do business and take advantage of district residents. And as you've heard from the testimony, there is a reality that we have only so many resources. These are highly resource intensive cases to bring, not just to bring the litigation and pursue it through the courts, but to do the investigation, the data analysis, the legwork to build these cases. And so, yes, it is true. My office can continue to fight the good fight and will continue to fight the good fight. But this allows us to avoid having to go through the expensive, resource-intensive effort on this front, because, as you know, council member, there are a lot of other injustices that are happening in our city that we also have to tackle, and resources are finite.
Is there anything in the agreements, in the cases that you brought against Elevate Credit, Opportunity Financial, and or Easy Pay that prevents them from operating in the District of Columbia?
I believe all of the settlement agreements make clear that they can't operate in the District of Columbia if their products are going to charge in excess of the 24% rate that the district has established as our law.
Got it. And we heard witnesses who represent lenders today state that they weren't aware of any of their members who offer products in excess of 36%. You heard one witness say that in order to be a member, then you have to cap it at 36%. It suggests that that's sort of the going rate of many of these lenders who are operating interstate. Your experience, at least with the cases that you brought, were that there were interest rates that range between 100% and 251%.
That's correct.
It paints a different picture from what we heard from the witnesses today, but it I think tells a story of what consumers are up against, particularly if they're on the lower scale in terms of their credit score. Is that the case?
I think you're correct. And I think there probably are lenders that, with advice of counsel and their associations, are lending at rates lower than 36%. They have not been those that we have brought litigation against because there have been other lenders that are charging such egregiously high rates as you just mentioned. That doesn't mean that lending above 24% is lawful, just means that some people are acting more egregiously than others. And as I said, I think it may be that the council wants to take up whether there should be changes to the 24% cap for certain types of lending, for certain sizes of loans. And our office doesn't take a position with respect to that. We're simply asking that the law close a loophole so that we don't have to keep spending so much time and resources chasing people who are exploiting that loophole.
No, I appreciate that. I appreciate you making sure it's clear on the record that you all aren't taking a position on that. I think it's an important question. It's raised by a few of the witnesses today. The true lender definitions in this bill codify some of the factors that courts have adopted in some of your enforcement actions. Why is codifying these definitions an important priority for your office?
So we are finding in some of these cases that given the creativity of the business partnerships, there's an effort to avoid being deemed the lender by virtue of having a bank, an out-of-state bank, having its name on the papers, providing the paper, when in fact, the major attributes of who is extending the credit, who's reviewing the applications, who's servicing the debt, who's actually advancing the money, are third parties. And so we're trying to make sure that the law is clear that whether you're a lender or not turns on the actual facts and circumstances of what's going on, as opposed to who may have a particular label or not. And that's a clarification in our statute that already exists in common law in terms of defining who the true lender is. And therefore, it avoids us having to litigate that issue as to whether it applies. We make clear in our statute what the definition of lender is.
Okay, I appreciate that. I don't have any additional questions at this time. I appreciate your office working with the team here at the committee on this, and I'm sure you'll follow up if there's anything else you'd like to add to the record. We've been joined by Ward 1 Councilmember Brianna Nadeau. I want to recognize her and ask if she's got any questions on this current measure. I know there is a measure that we're going to take up next that deals squarely with an issue in Ward 1. Councilmember Nadeau, you have any questions for our Attorney General on this measure? I'm going to take that silence as a no. So thank you, Attorney General, for joining.
Thank you.
And thank you to all the witnesses who joined us earlier for your testimony. We're going to turn next to Bill 25-573, the Bruce Monroe Disposition Extension Approval Act of 2023, which was introduced by Chairman Mendelson on behalf of the mayor in November of 2023. The bill was referred to the Committee on Business and Economic Development on December 5th, 2023. This bill would extend the time for the disposition of real property located at 3012 Georgia Avenue Northwest, also known as Lot 0849 and Square 2890. The Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development is working with developers to dispose of the property as part of the redevelopment of Park Morton in furtherance of the new community initiative and several earlier approval resolutions. We're going to call up our panel of public witnesses and ask that participants joining us via Zoom, please mute their microphones when they're not speaking. Yeah, we're not clear which witnesses are joining in person and who is joining virtually. So I'm going to just make a call. We're going to call the in-person witnesses first. Rachel Mariner, Joan Cato. You can come on up if I've called your name. And have a seat. William Jordan, I think I saw. Are you Rachel? What's your name? Rachel, okay. Are you Joan? Okay, William, all right. How about Michael Ray? ANC Commissioner with 1803. Call in again, ANC Michael Ray. Oh, here you are. How are you? Oh, no worries, no worries. Glad you could join. All right. And just to the public who are watching at home, we've been joined in person by Ward One Councilmember Brianna Nadeau. We'll give her the opportunity for her to make an opening before we turn to our panel of public witnesses. Councilmember?
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie. After 7 years in federal court, we can finally move forward with hundreds of units of affordable, beautiful, dignified housing units and a community park at the site of the former Bruce Monroe School, the original Build First site for the Park Morton Public Housing Project. This bill extends the disposition authority for the Bruce Monroe parcel on Georgia Avenue to allow for the completion of an important phase of the Park Morton New Communities Initiative. At this site, that includes 90 units of public housing replacement units built to bedroom sizes that accommodate all families, 111 other affordable units, and senior housing. In all, 75% of the housing on this site will be affordable in perpetuity right next to a new permanent park. There will be no downgrading of the number of replacement public housing or affordable units, and I will not rest until we have built every last one of them and all of our families have a chance to return. Since my first day in office, I committed to building more affordable housing here in Ward 1. Over the past 10 years, I've put more than 1,200 units of affordable housing in the pipeline here. This project will be one of the most transformative. This is an essential part of the vision for Parkview and Pleasant Plains as a model of a community helmed by its established residents and accommodating of all types of families, backgrounds, and economic statuses. We are now able to deliver on the promise I made from the start of my term in office to build more affordable housing in the neighborhood and specifically for the residents of Park Morton, who were promised this so long ago. The DC Court of Appeals issued an order that dismisses the legal action that has held up the project all these years. The court found that the Zoning Commission's approval of the project was justified. The council in this committee has voted many times to reaffirm the priority of building deeply affordable housing at Bruce Monroe. I look forward to doing so again and to continuing to work with many of those testifying today to advance resident-driven plans wherever possible. As someone who lives nearby with my family, I'm especially looking forward to restarting the community conversations around the new permanent community park at Bruce Monroe. DPR started the engagement process for the new permanent park on this site before the pandemic, but stopped once the project was appealed again. I'm working with DPR, my team met with them earlier today, in fact, to not only restart that engagement and planning process, but to expand it to encompass park planning on a neighborhood level. What's often forgotten is that in addition to the permanent park on the Bruce Monroe School site, there will be a brand new 1-acre park on the Park Morton site. We are also just beginning the process for a $15 million modernization of the Parkview Recreation Center. All three of these park projects should be thought of as one whole, a network of parks, which will more equitably distribute green space throughout the neighborhood and add it to places where it doesn't exist currently. Expanding this park planning will also provide more opportunities to meet many different community needs for amenities. For those interested in working with me on the park planning, you can find a sign up on my website page, brianneknadeau.com. Finally, I want to address a semantic issue that I expect will come up today. The measure being considered today is referred to as a disposition and the result of a surplus process. Despite the phrasing, the parcel on Georgia and Columbia will continue to serve as a public amenity in perpetuity. The park will be public. I successfully moved an amendment to the comprehensive plan land use map to ensure that the housing itself will be public housing, and the creation of a new public street will improve traffic circulation and pedestrian access in the community. Thank you again, Chairman McDuffie, for your steadfast support of this project and for seeing through the promise of the New Communities Initiative.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. We're going to turn now to testimony from our public witnesses. The first is Rachel Mariner. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us in person. You can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. McDuffie and Ms. Nadeau. I know there'll be 1 acre left, but it's 1 acre that's largely paved over, and I want to ask the council today to not turn their backs on green. People who want to keep this park, it's been there for 14 years, as part of the Commonwealth of Columbia Heights, have been much maligned as mean white NIMBYs who hate affordable housing. This mischaracterization makes us your enemies rather than your constituents. Please set that aside and listen despite my care energy. The council should vote against this disposition for many reasons. The first is this poisoning by the false dilemma fallacy. The members of Save Our Park struggled with the implied message, you can't have Bruce Monroe Park and community gardens and also have affordable housing. Pick one. Don't you care about diversity? The fallacy is that it must be either or. Columbia Heights is full of vacant buildings and abandoned paved over spaces. Columbia Heights has affordable housing projects under construction. The community garden has done so much good. The stretch of grass given so many kids room to run around. To say you must remove a park to get affordable housing is to say a disturbing and deeply false thing, a nonsense scarcity mentality. No district citizen should countenance the fallacy, and our own council should not deploy it so it doesn't have to listen to the paramount and crucial facts that in 14 years and a 7-year lawsuit, no one has considered. First, people who need affordable housing need green space. Everyone needs green space. Parkview is the hottest heat island in Washington. Removing 1 inch of grass and gardens from Parkview is obscene for everyone, yet progressing apace. The council seems blinkered in thinking that it must hand over green space to the sole person who bid on privatizing the beloved expanse more than 10 years ago. When Bruce Monroe Park was named only an interim park in 2010, the violence in the district wasn't what it is now. When Bruce Monroe was named as only an interim park 14 years ago, climate change was not the record-breaking disaster that it is now. This stretch of grass is where Special Olympics athletes train. It is where local daycare centers such as Peaceful Play Center bring all their classes of children to simply be outdoors twice a day. It is where families thread through the community garden plots with their dogs. It is where people take shelter in the rain. Banneker is paved over. The new development at the reservoir is distressingly very light on green space. The actual McMillan Reservoir has a fence around it. When will Ward 1 City, where will they go to just be in green? Finally, and most importantly, urban green spaces reduce violence. This should be the single dispositive fact. In 2019, a metadata analysis of 45 studies. May I finish this?
I'm actually, if I have some questions, maybe you'll get an opportunity to conclude during our rounds, but we got more than 40 people signed up, so I want to be respectful of everybody's time. I do appreciate your testimony, but I want to turn next to Joan Cato. Good afternoon to you, and you can begin your testimony.
Thank you. Today, I'd like to be the voice of the community. At every zoning hearing from 2016 to 2021, 90% of the community has clearly opposed the destruction of this park and this plan. At our last ANC meeting with our ANC representatives, they ignored the voice of over 90% of the people who attended that meeting. And a lot of us were first-time people who were actually getting involved in our community, but yet we're disparaged. And today I'd like to give a voice to the 70 to 90% of the people who are limited English speakers who are nearby this park, who have not been able to actively participate in any of the planning over the last 10 years. I have a map from the EPA if you would like to see it later on. I would also like to give a voice to the 70 to the 90% of the people nearby the park who are people of color, who have been victims of environmental racism and continue to be victims of environmental racism and don't have the voice in our community. I like to give a voice to the 70 to 90% of the nearby area folks who suffer from traffic proximity that has yielded a lot of pollution. And I have maps for all of these just in case you're interested from the EPA. So what I would like to say is that, over the past 10 years, extreme heat has risen to levels that we haven't seen before in the District of Columbia. This is not the time to get rid of parks. This is not the time to get rid of trees. And even though they say that it's going to still have 1 acre of parks, like it's not going to have the same feel. It's not going to have the basketball courts. It's not going to have the tennis courts. It's not going to be that safe haven for our kids, for the people in our community to actually play, to have fun. So since this plan was created, the plan has changed from being a 4-story building to a 10-story monstrosity. The DEI priorities of the District of Columbia have changed. There's actually a DEI plan, right? Shouldn't our new plan take into account DEI? There have been an increase of limited English speakers, especially nearby the park, who have not been taken into account and who have not been involved in the plan and really should be. The health outcomes have been linked to extreme heat and to toxic pollution, right? Everything from the climate change that's happening in our community. There needs to be new studies done and new findings because right now there's new science linking extreme heat, linking climate change to health outcomes, especially in people of color communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony this afternoon. Our next witness is William Jordan. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining. Begin your testimony.
Good afternoon. I'm going to read what I hope the press release from this hearing is. At large, Councilmember Kenya McDuffie, Chair of the Committee on Business and Economic Development, and the council's and city's leading voice for racial equity and economic inclusion, tables the Bruce Monroe Disposition Bill and demands DNPAD, the Housing Authority, Park Morton residents collaborate and return with a fully funded and comprehensive Park Morton Equity Development Agreement, which can serve as a model for this city. Then I made up a quote for you. And every resident in the district should be able to get what they need and be successful regardless of where they began. I won't advance this disposition until the LDA reflects success and opportunity for Park Morton residents. McDuffie, the primary architect of DC racial equity law and the council's Office on Racial Equity, groundbreaking initiatives such as baby bonds and efforts to ensure development of family-sized units, small business development, and angrily chastise officials, continue to request this committee's support for a warmed over projects, funding gaps of tens of millions, false hopes for residents, such as those who have been displaced by Park Morton in violation of all the promises and controversies. McDuffie indicated that he was particularly disturbed and disappointed in the development agency's failure to execute the FY23 Park Morton Savings Matching Program to deliver a single cash match to residents. McDuffie noted that the program failures is an indicator of 10 years of human capital program along with overall development shortcomings. And he indicated that it's time for a new direction. Then I'll go to my ask today. I ask that you table this since the guest course, according to the legislative record, is already expired. That we sit down and give the new director of the Housing Authority, who has promised us that he's going to reevaluate these projects, time to do that. That this committee evaluate current residents, where they are, their status, and what we can do to repair their current statuses. That residents have all their rights, the right of return, home ownership opportunities, their TOPA rights, and et cetera, built into an equity plan that is actually funded and structured to happen. We've been doing this for a while, and the deal is the team has not been competent to execute what they promised. It has nothing to do with the lawsuit at all. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'd ask that the folks who are here and joined us in person not demonstrate during the hearing. So thank you for not demonstrating, but thank you for your testimony. I'm going to turn next to Commissioner Ray. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Thanks for having us, and thanks to Councilmember Nadeau for her opening remarks, which generally set the tone for why the ANC supports that you continue with the disposition resolution. I will point out that I moved to the neighborhood 17 years ago in 2007, and coincidentally, that was the first time that the Park Morton redevelopment was announced to the community, 17 years ago. So far, what we've gotten from that is the building of the avenue. And as I look across Georgia Avenue, I see the topping out of the current multifamily building on the project right now. So that's very exciting news. It's exciting news for the people who have testified long before me on why this was an important project. For 4 years of my 6, I represented the Park Morton. So I spent a lot of time on the property, saw the mold, saw the asbestos, saw the lead issues that they've been dealing with for years. There's no doubt to anyone that the project needed to move forward in order to replace those buildings. I think that the project that we've got before us is a reasonable one, that to have the replacement units at the 2 sites, to have the additional affordable housing units at the workforce and below levels are too important to the community to pass up this opportunity. It's district-owned land. The district should decide how it wants to use that land. And so far, the zoning commission, the council, the courts, and the ANCs have all said, please move forward with the project. So we're here today to ask you to continue to do what you've done many times before. And I'll simply end on saying that my support for the project personally comes from the fact that I lived in public housing for a number of years in my early childhood. My mother was 14 when she had me. She bounced around from family member to family member until she got a placement into public housing. It was having that housing that set the tone that eventually her child went off to college and went off to lead a life that's very different from the one that she knew. So it all starts with the housing. That's where the education can come from. That's where access to healthy foods can come from. It's where you can start to build self-sufficiency. We need to have public housing within our city. We can't give it away. It's got to stay public. And we need to continue to add to it as we have done with affordable housing goals. But those goals, they're the beginning. Once we hit the goal for 2025, I assume the mayor will need to set new goals. We have to continue to grow because the city will continue to grow. And we need to make sure that there are places for the children of the families that come from these places have a place to stay. Otherwise, they end up in other cities. And we do not afford our children the things that they need in that. So I thank you for your previous votes. I ask that you do that again. And thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony this afternoon, and each of you for your testimony at the council this afternoon. 17 years, so you moved into the neighborhood in 2007. And just to be clear, are you currently the commissioner representing the area where the Bruce Monroe, the park is?
So my commission area now abuts, so that's Irving Street. So all of the houses along Irving Street are mine. So all the families that face the park are in my SMD. But that's new for this term.
Got it. Okay. All right. And are you testifying in your official capacity as an ANC for 1E03?
I'm testifying on my personal behalf. Commissioner Brown will be delivering the commission's testimony.
And I do see
She
Commissioner
is
Brown
here,
here.
yes.
Yep. All right. Great. Does anybody remember the old Bruce Monroe School? Okay. All right. I know you remember it, Mr. Jordan. I only asked because it was actually the site, I was sharing this with my staff earlier, of my first summer youth employment job at the old Bruce Monroe School where I worked, and I have fond memories of that job and the people that I met along the way. And it has been obviously some changes to that site over the years. I also remember, even though I was not on the council at this time, the evolution of the New Communities Project. And when they raised the school and put the park there temporarily with the plan to build housing as a part of the New Communities Project, specifically the Park Morgan component. Let me ask a question. So in terms of Joan Cato and Rachel Mariner, is it your position that you would like not to see any housing at that site and for the site to remain a park as it is today? Or is it that you'd like to see a larger park be some component of an eventual development that includes housing?
I would personally like you to rezone downtown DC. A lot of these buildings down
Can
here.
I stop you for a minute? I appreciate that. And listen, I think we need to have some housing in downtown DC.
Yeah.
In fact, I said as much at a event before I came over here to start this hearing. But I am specifically asking about this site because I know it has not been without controversy and having a park and getting used to something so nice over a certain period of time, I think for people, it's hard to part ways with things like that. And I understand the desire not to have that change. But I wanted to make sure I understood your position though. So is it to not have any housing on the site?
Yes, sir. My position is there's other places to put the housing that's already paved over.
Well, I appreciate
And
that.
it's the nexus between the violence and the lack of green space that's been proved over and over in studies that is a chief concern of mine.
Well, I would go beyond green space and say there's access to recreational spaces more broadly that make it challenging. I don't know that that site is directly related to any of the violence that we're seeing. But generally speaking, I think our young folks do need access to quality programs, quality places, safe, clean spaces, homes, recreation centers, parks, et cetera. But I also know though, and I'm not saying this to start a specific debate about parks, but we consistently in the District of Columbia rank amongst cities as having, some of the highest park space per capita of any jurisdiction in the United States when you include our federal park spaces that I think sometimes are way underutilized. Also think that the federal government can do a better job of making some of these spaces more accessible. But I know that's not the point you all are making in preserving this particular park. I thought it was appropriate to say that. Go ahead. I know you want to say something.
I think that there's a lot of health outcomes too from having a park. And like you mentioned right there, with the federal land right now, it's not accessible. You can't go have a party for your family, for your kids. I mean, you have to rent it out. Like right now, we can go to Bruce Monroe and we can just go ahead and have a picnic. We don't need permission from the national park to do that.
Right.
It would there's other places to have housing. I think we just need to be creative when we're thinking about it. I love there should be public housing. We need affordable housing. We just don't need to sacrifice it for parks, right?
Yeah, I know. I appreciate that. But I do, if you look at the district's portfolio of land and the increasingly limited opportunities we have for housing and to have housing in the northwest quadrant of our city, I think it is important. I'm not speaking specifically to the community around this park, although I think more generally we do need to be focused on how, and I know the mayor is focused on building housing in other places where we don't currently have as much. Let me just say this really quick before I turn to Councilmember Nadeau. You raised, both of you, issues around the environmental challenges associated with our city, and the benefits of parks. I appreciate that. And I'm not just saying it, I have fought the good fight, at least I think I have, having represented Ward 5 in the District of Columbia, where most of the city's industrial land is concentrated, where in communities like Ivy City, you have neighborhoods with very little tree canopy, where I literally have walked and pointed out places where, we wanted the agencies to help. And some of these agencies have. We built tree boxes on certain streets that didn't have any trees. And so I appreciate the concerns you're raising, but I also appreciate the complexities that exist when we try to balance our need for housing, our need for park space, our need to address the environmental issues we're seeing, and strike a balance. Hopefully we get it right here. I appreciate your testimony. I'm going to turn to Councilmember Nadeau for a round.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Thank you all for your testimony. I wanted to follow up on something that Ms. Cato said, which is there's lots of places to build housing. Where in the area would you suggest we build housing?
I would say downtown DC.
No, where in
commercial.
Parkview? Where near Park Morton? Because the promise of new communities is that we keep the community together and we build in the neighborhood. So where in the neighborhood could we build more housing?
How about also fixing the Section 8 housing that we currently have?
We're building in both places.
Because it's my
And have you
understanding.
seen it? It's going up
Yeah,
right now.
was, according to my understanding, over 20% of our Section 8 housing isn't being used because it hasn't been fixed,
So we're
right?
talking
It's
about Park
available.
Morton. So where in the vicinity of Park Morton should we be building more housing?
I mean, there's plenty of property you can buy.
Like
yeah.
where, can you split?
I
name
mean, I
some
can pull up
specific
Zoom, I could pull up Zillow for you, I could pull
Yeah.
up Redfin if you want to get to some
Sure.
real
So
like
when
things.
this site was first selected,
I mean,
I held
I
a
can pull it
community
up.
meeting. You don't have to do that.
Okay, well, like you're asking me where and I can pull it up for you. There's
Right, but
plenty
you
of
seemed,
places.
when you gave your testimony, to have sort of an idea of where we
Yeah.
could do it, and your answer was downtown, so that tells me that maybe we're not talking about.
No, I said I would recommend rezoning because there's a huge need in the District of Columbia for housing
So-
in general that goes beyond Park Morton.
I'm gonna stop you because I only have a couple minutes here, but when this site was first selected, I held a community meeting where we walked through with residents every single property in the vicinity that was for sale, or not for sale or vacant, to try to figure out if it was feasible to do anything else other than this site. And we really did walk through it all because people had a lot of questions and a lot of ideas and a lot of suggestions. And I wanted to make sure that they had answers. We've been at this a while. That meeting was at Howard University. It lasted hours and hours, and I was committed at that meeting to answering every single question, and we did that night. And the conclusion was that this is the best site to build the housing that we need in our community. But the commitment has always been also to build a park of nearly 1 acre on that site, and also build a beautiful new park at the Park Morton location while we're also renovating Parkview Recreation Center. So I wanted to ask the panelists also, what are the things that you most like about that park? Because the conversation that we should be having as a community now is, with our 1 acre, what do we want to bring back? And also, what do we want to do with the Park Morton site? So what are the things that you as park users most like about having it on that site? What are the things you utilize most?
The community garden.
The garden?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a big one. And I see the Special Olympics athletes train in the green space there and on the basketball court there. The kids who come from Peaceful Play and the other daycare facilities nearby need just green to be on rather than sort of paved over space.
Yeah, I mean, nobody's proposing a paved over park.
Mhm.
Have you seen? I mean, there aren't any proposals yet, so we're taking community feedback.
At the end of my block on Harvard Street, there's an incredibly underused, huge parking space for Howard University out toward the reservoir.
For what? Okay, what, I'm sorry, I'm not following what that has to do with this.
I guess that's an answer to your previous question about where to put the housing.
Oh.
You know, if you could put the housing on a space that's already paved over, you don't create more of a heat island than you have now, and you have the worst one in DC. So it's like every inch of green you lose, it's a cost in air quality. And every inch of green you lose, it's
Yeah,
a
there's
cost
also
in
a lot of
violence.
paved over parts of the Bruce Monroe Park. Right?
Yeah, I'd like to see less.
The majority of it's not green.
But there's at least a stretch. There's a bigger stretch than any other place. And, kids in daycare and Special Olympic athletes, like, you can't walk for 45 minutes. They can't drive to Rock Creek Park, right? Like, that's the biggest one that they can walk to. I wish it was bigger.
That's helpful. And Ms. Cato, how do you like to use the park most?
I mean, I use it in a variety of ways. Everything from taking my dogs out for going a walk around the park, tennis courts, basketball courts, hanging out with friends. I mean, I see kids skating in the paved over areas too, right? So there's plenty, and just having that open space in a city that's full of so much traffic, in a city that's full of so many people. It's one of the Ward 1 is one of the more populated and condensed areas in the district. So having just open space is also appreciated.
Yep.
So there's like plenty of benefits I can show you from the EPA about just having open green space, how it improves your mental and your physical health. Like it could increase your ability to like heal from hospital stays, from healing from actual physical ailments,
Sure.
just from
I'm
seeing
running out of time,
an
so I'm
area
gonna
that's
stop you
green.
here because I'm pretty familiar with that. What do you think about the new park that we're gonna be building
I think
on the
it's-
other site?
On the other side?
Mhm.
Well, I don't think it's not, well, I'm not going to speak on the other side. I'm speaking on Bruce Monroe,
Oh, and I'm sorry, where do you live again?
Columbia and Georgia.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Very helpful. Well, I do hope that you all will participate within the DPR process because the community voices around what goes back to that acre park are really important in determining what it looks like finally. My family uses it all the time. I can say as a mom of 2 little kids, one of the challenges that I find is when they want to be doing different things at the park, one's over here and one's over here, and I find myself like really having a hard time. I've found with little kids, especially having a sort of more defined area is really helpful for safety in particular. And so that's one of the things that I'm going to be looking for as a mom. And that'll probably be some of my feedback is making sure that like the tot lot and the swings are not, spread out all over the place. But I hear the desire for green space and for the different rec spaces. And I think we'll be able to accommodate a lot of that in the new
Yeah.
design. So thank you for your input.
You don't see
Thank you,
people at
Chairman.
Central
Thank you,
Park
Chairman.
complaining that it's too big and they need to cut it off.
Thank
I mean-
you for each of the witnesses. Appreciate the testimony.
Thank you.
I'm going to turn to our next panel, Adam Green, Robert Schubert, Jessica Carpenter, Brian Footer. About seeing a list? You know what? I'm going to call Commissioner. We had you down initially as a virtual, but you're here with us. So I'll call Commissioner in the next panel. I want to start with Adam Green. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you. My name is Adam Green. I am co-founder of a group called the Progressive Change Campaign Committee. We elect people to federal and local office and work closely with the Biden White House on issues ranging from affordable housing to protecting open space. And when Democrats included $150 billion in the Build Back Better agenda, I very excitedly emailed my councilwoman, Brianna Nadeau, and she was excited too. And what that money meant to me as a neighbor of the Bruce Monroe Park is that cities across the country would no longer have to cut corners to achieve affordable housing goals. Privatization, giving away land for $1, that's the easy way out. Whether it's giving national land to big oil developers or local parks to big housing developers. It's not bold, it's not enlightened. Case in point, I'm friends with the mayor of Cincinnati, and he recently told me that NIMBYs in his community are opposing many housing developments. And I mentioned to him, well, I'm actually helping to save a local park from being bulldozed. And this mayor looked at me, furrowed his brow, and said, oh no, you don't develop on parks. This is a mayor who had just complained about NIMBYs. Council members, this proposal is not normal. It's not anti-NIMBY, it's not YIMBY, it's not smart growth, it is fringe. Especially when DMPED has acknowledged in the 2015 open letter to the community that alternatives in the area exist, to Ms. Nadeau's point. DMPED has already stipulated the point. We want affordable housing in our backyard on vacant lots, dilapidated lots within blocks of the park. I've met with many council offices, including yours. And my sense is that you all don't proactively want to do this. You're willing to do this if it's the path of least resistance as very busy people who have many things on your plate, and I understand that. But it's not the path of least resistance. 90% of the community from 2016 until now has opposed this development. And this project was thankfully delayed when the court sided with local neighbors, scolding the zoning commission for copying verbatim the developer's proposal, typos and all, and for failing to acknowledge a single adverse impact on the constituents you represent. When they were sent back to the drawing board, the zoning commission was forced to admit that this proposal would mean air pollution, diminished public safety, diminished emergency response times, increased traffic, noise pollution, strains on water, electric, gas, and diminished environmental protection, all hidden from the council and the public when a disposition was first approved. And to this day, there has been no explanation given at all of the scale or gravity of these harms to your constituents. No explanation. So the last thing I would say is just to show how shoddy this proposal is, this is an email from the DC surveyor saying that this lot, 0848, no longer exists.
I'm gonna have to
So we
cut
thank you
off.
for your scrutiny of this proposal,
So
sir.
thank you for taking the time to
Yes.
come down and testify in person at the council. Next is, actually, Robert Schubert had to leave, I understand. So Jessica Carpenter, good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us. There's a button at the back. It's on. We got it.
I want to thank you for the opportunity to share my position to oppose the surplus of the Bruce Monroe Community Park today. My point of view is as a longtime resident of Columbia Heights. I've lived in the neighborhood since 2003, and my husband moved to Ward 1 in 1993 as a Jamaican immigrant. Together, we've raised 4 children in Columbia Heights, including 1 adopted through the foster care system. In my professional life, I work primarily with low-income children as a pediatrician. I also work at the NIH in a lab that studies the associations of physical activity and mental health. I join you today as an advocate of children and families in Columbia Heights and for DC children more broadly. My arguments for the preservation of the park can be broken down into 3 components. First, green spaces have numerous benefits for physical and mental health. DC has intertwined public health crises in both categories. 1 in 3 children in DC are overweight or obese, and the statistic is even more striking in low-income children, where 44% are overweight or obese. Obesity causes real and dangerous health problems, and these health problems cause real healthcare dollars. 16% of Medicaid costs in DC last year were attributable to obesity. Physical activity and access to outdoor spaces is a health equity issue. Columbia Heights is populated by a majority of Black and Brown residents. We know African Americans have the highest rate of obesity and chronic illnesses compared to any other race or ethnic group. Researchers of healthcare disparities overwhelmingly support the development and revitalization of urban public green spaces as a critical component to an anti-racist strategy to improve healthcare disparities. The CDC recommends, and so does the AAP, which is the American Academy of Pediatrics, 60 minutes of exercise per day for children. A national survey of health in DC said, National Survey of Children's Health ranked DC in the lowest category for physical activity of children. In fact, only Nevada ranked lower. 80% of DC children aged 6 to 11 do not get physical activity of 60 minutes per day, 80%. Research has shown that access to parks and recreational facilities increases the percentage of people in the community who are physically active. Physical activity also plays a significant role in mental health. And as you're aware, DC is struggling to meet the mental health care needs of its residents. This is true before the pandemic and is doubly true now. An increasing body of research demonstrates a strong relationship between physical activity and psychiatric disorders, including anxiety and depression. We know adolescents who are physically active are statistically less likely to have a mood disorder and or general psychological distress. My second argument for supporting the park is related to urban heat islands, and urban heat islands also have impacts on mental and physical health. Bruce Monroe is in the middle of a micro-urban heat island, and I have a map to share with you, which I think just kind of makes the point. It's the hottest part of the map. Finally, DC residents have been told over and over again that there's a housing crisis. Big and tall buildings are urgently needed everywhere. This campaign is disingenuous. DC does not have a housing deficiency. It has a housing affordability problem. According to a recent Washington Post article, 75% of public housing units are empty. My neighbors and I are having a hard time understanding why our precious park is being sacrificed for a housing crisis when an excess number of units are empty. I would propose that if DC wants to encourage mixed income housing, they should open their existing buildings to private companies for renovation and management. Can I do my conclusion statement?
I'll give you time when I have a round of questions, but I want to be respectful of everybody who's here. I want to turn next to Brian Footer. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining.
Good afternoon. Chairman McDuffie and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Brian Footer, and I'm the ANC Commissioner for SMD 1E07 and Chair of ANC 1E. My testimony today is in support of developing affordable housing along Georgia Avenue, and I request that the council vote to approve the Bruce Monroe Disposition Extension Approval Act of 2024. The district is facing an affordable housing crisis, which is really apt considering what we just heard from my colleague here at the table, that has only gotten worse since the project has been delayed in 2017. The number of district residents that are paying between 30 and 50% of their income on rent, which is known as a cost burden household, continues to grow in part due to renters' incomes not keeping up with the rising housing costs. In fact, between 2017 and 2022, national median renter household income increased 4% and median rent increased 8%. We need to create more affordable housing in the district. Additionally, supporting this project promotes the mayor's district-wide racial equity action plan target of reducing the number of households spending more than 30% of their pre-tax income on housing. A number of members of the community have expressed legitimate concerns, and I thank them for their advocacy. However, we believe the majority of residents want to increase affordable housing along Georgia Avenue to strengthen our community. Additionally, many concerns can and will be addressed through the public space permitting process as the project continues. For example, we can work with developers to address environmental concerns around tree deficiency and work with DPR on programming around the remaining 1 acre of park. Thank you for your time, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Commissioner. Seeing Alyssa is the last person on this panel. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. You can testimony.
Yeah, thank you. So hi, I'm a resident of Parkview neighborhood and I've lived in the area for the past 3 years. I live on the 700 block of Columbia Road, so my home directly faces Bruce Monroe Community Park. This means that I get to see firsthand how very much this park is used and loved by the community. I look out my window and people are there all day long throughout every season. All times of the day, they're playing basketball and tennis, bringing their children to play and ride bikes, using the community garden, hosting community events and practices from local organizations. But even living in such close proximity to the park, I actually was not aware of these plans to build a 10-story housing complex until I happened upon a flyer that was posted by a fellow neighbor. And every neighbor that I've sort of told about this since has been similarly shocked to find out that that's the city's trying to move ahead with plans to demolish it. I can assure you that no one who is a member of this community sees this place as temporary or surplus in any way, even though I know that's the technical designation. It has so clearly become woven into people's everyday routines and lives. And I know that if the full amount of people that use this park knew that this was going on, that this room would be, I think, a lot more packed. I do know how important affordable housing is, and I do want affordable housing in my backyard. But I think to set up this sort of false dichotomy where a community of largely low-income, historically marginalized folks either get to have a park, a safe, free place to get outside and play with their kids, or they get to have an affordable place to live is simply not true. And it can't be something that we accept as the choice that we're forcing on our community. The original rationale I understand behind building on the park was as part of the Build First initiative to minimize displacement of Park Morton residents. But in the Zoning Commission's recent order, they admitted that this foundational rationale is gone and said the project no longer serves as a Build First site for Park Morton redevelopment. And that was one of the major intended benefits of the project as it was originally conceived. But now that Park Morton residents have already sort of been displaced, this is not the only option anymore. I think this kind of speaks to the fact that this is an outdated proposal and the only option to build housing is no longer in this neighborhood's only green space. I would love to know what DEMPED's rationale is for building on this park when they have admitted there are alternatives in the area and the initial rationale for building on the park no longer applies. Why aren't we reevaluating alternatives in our backyard, including several government and privately owned parcels of land right nearby on Georgia Ave? A few weeks ago, there was a local ANC meeting where I was looking to hear more about the developer's plans from this space, and it was really sort of inspiring to hear from over 35 community members and the diverse reasons that they use and love this park. A lot of insightful questions were asked that unfortunately went unanswered. It was a little bit of a disheartening experience. I'd hoped that such like a hyper-local form of government and local representation would at least like try to sort of make a good faith effort to represent their constituents. But after a 4-hour Zoom meeting, it was 7 to 11 p.m. 35 people spoke against this position, and they kind of just went right ahead to move with their support in favor. So I was just wanted to show up to kind of speak to that and hope there's still a chance for someone to listen. Thank you.
Well, thank you for showing up, and I appreciate that. I'm not sure if you had a chance to email your testimony, but I'd love to get your testimony in writing for the record. I want to turn back to Adam Green. I think you had a brief summary statement you wanted to make. I think you were trying to conclude, and I had to cut you off. I don't know if there's anything you wanted to add to the record today.
Of you. Thank you. Yes. Well, the thing that I was going to say as I beseech you to apply some scrutiny to this and not just rush it through, is as one small example of the many places where this is an old, dusty proposal. I have an email here from the DC surveyor, which says that lot 0849, which is in the resolution, quote, no longer exists. It's been subdivided. And that is just, that lack of care by DMPED, as they just dust off an old proposal that is completely outdated on so many fronts, including, as Sienna said, the initial rationale, which was to move a cogent community of people together to this site. They admit now that's evaporated. There is no current justification on the record for pitting parks versus housing. So, I would just say on a very personal note, sir, I am one of those people that in 2022 voted for you over Alyssa Silverman, who I had voted for years. And the reason was when I engaged her on a couple things, I never got responsiveness. And I didn't know you, but I hoped for the best that you would seize the mantle a little bit more firmly. So I just ask you as my at-large council person to just apply scrutiny here, to ask some tough questions to DMPED, to ask them when was the last time you evaluated alternatives? The exact question that she asked to poor witnesses. Well, they should have an answer to that.
I think that's a reasonable request. I think after all these years, the project does require scrutiny. It doesn't mean that it doesn't deserve to move forward in some form or fashion, but I think you raise a very valid point. It has been a while since the initial proposal. And I want to turn to, so I think that's a very reasonable request, and I appreciate that. I want to turn back to Jessica Carpenter because you wanted to mention one final thing. And then I wanted something I wanted to say based on some of the testimony I got from you all.
The conclusion statement I had was just that it's easy to agree in concept that a park is a vital part of a healthy community. And I think when it comes down to a specific park, sometimes you're just kind of, oh, a park, you don't need a park, but a park is an important place. And I think it is an important place to our community. And then I actually would love to just step off and respond to Brianne Nadeau's comment about where should we have public housing. And this is a personal issue for me. My daughter moved to my home from 14th and Fairmont. Many of you may be familiar with that project. There are lots of units in Columbia Heights, specifically in proximity to Park Morton and at walkable distance that are empty and have been allowed to go into disrepair. I think what happened to the Park Morton residents is disgraceful. I think if you look back to the testimony from 2021, you'll even see that they don't approve of the plans for this park. I don't think that it's a trade-off of one for the other. I think we should absolutely do better for public housing. I think we should figure out how to reconstruct the units that exist and have people live in a livable unit. And I don't think that they should not have to have a park. I don't think you can only have one. I think you can have both.
Well, thank you for that. I don't buy into this idea that we have to pit affordable housing against parks and other amenities. And I appreciate the testimony that recognizes that the District of Columbia in its own portfolio of public housing has a lot of vacant units, right? It's a huge problem. I think it's one that this council has recognized and has tried to deal with in terms of the investments to fix those units, in some cases renovate entire buildings, but to make sure that some of our most vulnerable residents have clean, safe, affordable housing.
76%. Think of that number.
I saw the
3 out of 4
I saw the
units.
number. And I am somebody who I know where a lot of these units are, where these buildings are, and
We live next to them.
been around the city to visit, in some instances, these buildings and the people who live there. I think you can both have an affordable housing crisis in the District of Columbia and recognize that we have a lot of work to do in terms of fixing the housing that we do have, which I think contributes to the crisis, right? If you have units that exist but are unoccupied due to just whatever reasons why the housing authority didn't do their jobs, then that contributes to the problem. In fact, I think it exacerbates the crisis that we have. One of the things that I will struggle with as I look at this project is new communities more broadly has been challenging, period. I mean, all the promise, it was announced several years ago, way before I was on the council, and it's been slow to really get to the point where people have bought into it and have seen the benefits of new communities projects. After 15 years, I mean, I can see how a community gets used to a park. The issue that you're gonna find is how do we deal with the fact that there are limited opportunities to build in the District of Columbia?
Could I ask a specific question? So the Garfield properties, which are walking distance to Bruce
Yep,
Monroe,
right across from
there are
Dakota.
10 families living in that giant
Right.
complex. I mean, I don't know if that's fair to say there aren't places to build when we have a humongous property that is basically empty.
Right, and I'm gonna make sure that I'm mindful of all the other folks who have to testify, some of whom are here. So I'm gonna move on shortly, but even if you were to fix up and move people into all the Garfield housing, you still have the problem in the District of Columbia of not having enough housing to meet the needs of people across incomes. Some of our, lowest income residents and families who need it, right? Then you have the problem of the missing middle, people who have felt marginalized in the District of Columbia because they're employed but don't make enough to really be able to afford to live here. You have young folks who we send off to college, who come back after getting their degrees, do everything that their parents ask them to do, yet they can't afford to live here. So the problem is vast when you think about the challenges that we're faced with. And so I'm gonna ask you not to say anything as much as I know you want to. So I'm just telling you what the challenge is gonna be for folks in my position, recognizing the really legitimate concerns that you all are raising about hitting, parks and other amenities, particularly in places where you have heat islands and it's a serious problem. And it's generally more of a problem in communities of color, historically because of how we've zoned. And so let me be mindful of the time. Commissioner, yes.
I just want to add to that. Even if we were to get all of the places that currently are available occupied, there's still thousands of people that are on the wait list, and the wait list has been closed, which means that there are thousands more people that are probably eligible who can't make it onto the wait list because we have a supply and demand problem.
Right.
So we need to build more affordable housing. There are tons of things that need to happen in order to make this system more efficient. But this is one of the best options, as the council member had mentioned before, in making sure that we're being good stewards of the taxpayer's dollar. We're doing this in a timely and efficient manner, and we're keeping people in our community. We want Georgia Avenue to have affordable housing. We want these people to stay on Georgia Avenue, not go across to Ward 1, not go downtown, not to go to Ward 5. We want them on Georgia Avenue.
Yeah, let me ask this because that's a good point. And again, I keep saying, be mindful of everybody who's here who needs to testify, because there's a lot of you. That site is convenient for a host of reasons, but it is located on Georgia Avenue, major transportation thoroughfare, right? Access to buses, walking distance to schools and other amenities, retail. I mean, there are not a lot of sites in the District of Columbia that we own, we have possession of, where we can sort of build a mixed income project like the one that had been slated for that site. And so I wanted to say that originally, but I had forgotten until you just mentioned what you mentioned, Commissioner. I'll give you the last word, and then I'm gonna move on to the next panel. Can you hit your mic? There you go.
You could make the same argument for why it's an optimal location for a park, because it's accessible.
No, I think that's fair. I mean, you absolutely could make that same argument because it's accessible. Yeah, I mean, I think about the points you made about Garfield. I know that it's being renovated. I mean, for the folks who used to live there, right? You want them back. You don't, when you do these projects, the idea is that you're not displacing people.
Can I just answer your previous question, sir?
Hold on, let me do this.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna let you answer the previous question, then I'm gonna end with the commission. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
perfect. You asked before, do you want any development on the park? And I've heard a diversity of views on that. But I think, again, applying scrutiny from your position, this proposal, which takes away public open land, has, quote, 2 private courtyards as part of the development. That's not even housing or open space. That's just wasting land, right? This open space that's currently used by DPR for big bouncy castles for kids and big community events is just being hoarded for 2 private courtyards. There could be an amendment in this resolution saying there will be no private courtyards, right? To your last question about Georgia Avenue, like there's literally 1 block away from me, on Georgia Avenue, a completely open lot that could be bought. But Michaela White Nesfield, an ICU nurse at Children's Hospital, put testimony in the record saying that when she receives kids in these ambulances, seconds matter, minutes matter, and she's worried that the existing traffic will get exacerbated by putting 273 new units coming onto this one-way small thoroughfare to 3 hospitals. So I think, honestly, your last point is one that can argue on both sides. Like, do you actually want to cluster up, this area, which is vital for local hospitals? So I just want to put a couple of those things out there.
Appreciate that. Thanks for adding that to the record, Commissioner.
I just wanted to add, I keep hearing pitting the park versus public housing. We're gonna have a park there. Yes, it's smaller. It's gonna be there. The thing I think that is misleading is that DMPED has put together some design plans, and in the picture, it has some green space that is meant to just demonstrate that this is space that is going to be dedicated for a park. It's not meant to be like, this is what the tree landscape is going to look like. Here's where the sidewalks are going to be. The next step in the process is to work with DPR, as Councilmember Nadeau mentioned, in order to understand what amenities do we want in this park. So this language about it being one or the other, I think this is a really good compromise of having both, of having a park, 1 acre of a park, and then also having affordable housing.
Thank you. Thank you each for your testimony. Next on our list, Rashida Brown, Commissioner 1E04. Jude Reisman, Mark Poe, Lisa Warwick. What's your name? All right, Jude is here. She's here. So Mark Poe. What's your name, sir? What's your name? Mark. Okay, it's here. Lisa Warwick. It's not. Brianna Napa. KNOPPOW. Okay. Lindsay Webb. Joshua Stevens. We have Commissioner Brown, Jude Reisman, Mark Poe, and Joshua Stevens. I got this panel. And good afternoon to each of you. Thank you for your patience. We're gonna start with Jude Reisman.
Thanks, everyone. Hi, my name is Jude, and I live directly across from our beloved Bruce Monroe Community Park. Just yesterday, I was sitting on my porch enjoying what felt like the most beautiful day of the year thus far. And as I sat there, I looked out at the park and watched our community bask in the sun and enjoy all that the park gave to them. Something that 1 acre can give some of, but cannot give the extent to which the people are enjoying the park to this day. And as people have marked, is a very important piece to health and community and so many things. But I saw teens playing pickup basketball, children running around, playing tag, playing on the swings, a rollerblader gliding gracefully on the concrete. It was like really cool to watch. Friends having a potluck under the gazebo, tennis players battling it out. I could go on. The green space and the amenities that this park provide is and was a huge factor in why I decided to live here, why I want to stay here. And today I'm not just representing myself, I'm representing the people who I watch enjoy the park every day, who may not have access or the opportunity to be here today to speak about why this is so important to them. And there are so many people more beyond this courtroom who are not here today that love and rely on this park so much. A few people before me talked about the build first concept that is really one of the biggest reasons that this park was chosen as the site to build on. And I just want to talk about some facts about this ongoing project. In a 2015 open letter to the community, DemPed said, in quote, looked at many possibilities for build first options, including reviewing all the sites proposed by each developer, reviewing sites proposed by landowners themselves, and sites proposed by community groups. In addition, a review of the corridor was performed to determine if we missed any viable parcels. These potential sites included government-owned parcels in wards 1 and 4 and 10 privately owned parcels, most of which were along the Georgia Avenue corridor. But it said a goal of build first is minimizing the displacement of Park Morton public housing residents outside their neighborhood, and reiterated in bold letters, quote, no displacement allows for replacement of all public housing units without having to move Park Morton residents out of the neighborhood. And that, in quote, Bruce Monroe site was viewed as the best option to facilitate that build first concept. That, like Sienna said, like everyone said, the zoning commission admitted that this initial foundational rationale is gone. They have been displaced. They have been, in other places for many years now. And the entire build first rationale of choosing this site is gone. So a couple questions I wanted to ask the DemPed specifically was, when was the last time that the DemPed evaluated alternative sites for possible new development and also unused, unrented affordable housing units in the existing community so that the public has a measure of what the alternatives and options are here? Brianna Nadeau said that they did do a review, but when was that? And was that with the build first rationale in mind, which now no longer is really a rationale? The Park Morton Residents Council themselves are the people that are impacted the most, and they oppose this project. And when we talk about affordable housing,
Weissman,
yeah.
I'm gonna have to cut you.
Sure. I have some, if you have time at the end, I have a closing comment.
Let's see if we have time, and then I'll come back to you if that's possible. I want to turn next to Mark Poe. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. Begin your testimony. 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Yes, I just wanted to start to say thank you for giving the opportunity today to testify in opposition to this development on the Bruce Monroe Park, and to basically just give a history to start off with, some dates of this this saga that we've been under. So in 2009 and 2010, the Bruce Monroe School was demolished. Later in 2010, the neighborhood communities awarded a sole source contract to the only respondent neighborhood community NCI neighborhood, and partnered with EOIA at the time. That was 5 years later. There was a survey that went out to residents in the area. Of the 650 respondents, 650 respondents, which is about 90%, prefer the park over development. Then later the next year, in a almost a hairline vote, the ANC, which was at 1A at the time, voted 5-4 with 2 recusals for the surplus of the park. This just gives you an idea of how contentious it was even back in 2016. So moving forward to the hearing, the appeals court decided in our favor that the zoning order was basically rubber stamped. And moving forward from that, we are now in a situation where the court has upheld the zoning decision. But I would like to address Ms. Nadeau's comment on Kojo Nami's Politics Hour back in April this year, where she called our concerns irrelevant, that the emergency response times are somehow frivolous concerns. And I believe that my concerns over this development are relevant, and that just look at the record of how this has been contentious. We wouldn't fight so hard for this to prevent this development if it wasn't highly relevant to us. If we weren't downright petrified that our kids, like my daughter, could be rushed to the hospital at say at the end of Irving Street there, and God forbid the ambulance can't reach her, or because the traffic is too congested. And this did happen. My daughter was born with a congenital heart defect, and she had it's called a aortic arch thrombosis, or clot in her aorta. and which was normally lethal. And you can look this up. She was a case study by the University of Virginia. She was the only one to survive this. And the treatment that she got at the hospital saved her life because she was able to get there in time. And that this building could prevent some other parent from losing their kid, or I just cannot stand to have that happen. Over.
Well, I appreciate you sharing that very personal story. Obviously, very traumatic for you and your family. Yeah, no, I appreciate you sharing that. I want to turn next to our next witness on the list is Joshua Stevens.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I apologize that due to technical difficulties, I was unable to submit my testimony in advance, but I'd be happy to do so afterwards. Speaking in opposition to the Bruce Monroe Disposition Extension Act, I'm a 25-year resident of the district and live on the 2900 block of Georgia Avenue. I'm a member of the Bruce Monroe Community Garden. I'm on the steering committee for the compost there. I regularly use the tennis court and the park for the outdoor experience, and it's the only place where I personally can go and put my feet in grass. So I value that. I'd like to address the issue of the constantly changing promises regarding public access and usage of the park space pledged by this proposal. I walked by the park on my way here on this beautiful day. There were, by my count, 23 children in the park and 19 adults. 6 people were playing basketball. Probably should have been in school, but I didn't inquire too much. 2 were playing tennis. Children were on the swings. There were adults in the gazebo and the garden. DEMPED said in its 2015 open letter to the community, we are supportive of a plan only if it includes park and recreational space returning to the site. The current proposal prefers half the site as a park, which is now 1/3 of the site, which would allow all of the site's current uses, including courts, playground, garden, to be brought back to the site. The current resolution submitted by DEMPED to the council for upcoming consideration makes no mention of a permanent park. In her opening statement today, Councilwoman Nadeau once again mentioned a permanent park. You heard the ANC commissioners mention a permanent park. As far as I'm aware, there's nothing in writing saying that there's actually a permanent park there. And so I'm wondering why it is that we keep hearing that there will be a permanent park, that it'll include all of these amenities. No one explains how the amenities are going to fit into a much smaller space. No one explains where it is that there is a permanent park that is actually in writing. I've learned through the process of buying a house, you don't just trust what a developer says, you get it in writing. You certainly wouldn't recommend to anyone else that you go into business with somebody without figuring out the details first. And now we hear again today, oh, don't worry, we'll figure out all those details later. We just got to move forward with everything else. If we haven't figured out those details in 15 years, it seems highly unlikely that more details are going to be forthcoming. So I urge the council to slow down, make sure that we have everything that we need to have in writing and that we're not working on promises instead of things that we have real solid commitments moving forward to address what the community immediately surrounding the park wants to have happen there. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. Our final witness for this panel is ANC Commissioner Rashida Brown, ANC 1E04, and good afternoon to you. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Rashida Brown, and I am the Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner for the ANC 1A, or ANC 1E04 Single Member District, representing a portion of Parkview and Pleasant Plains neighborhoods and the Lower Georgia Avenue corridor. My SMD includes the temporary park space between Irving Street and Columbia Road on Georgia Avenue, which is also known as the old Bruce Monroe School site. This coveted parcel of land, public land, is also the selected site to support the project phasing for Park Morton's redevelopment. On behalf of the Advisory Neighborhood Commission of ANC 1E, we support the Bruce Monroe Disposition Extension Approval Act of 2023, which would approve the extension of time for the district to dispose of the real property for a use with a public benefit. On February 28th, 2024, ANC 1E unanimously passed a resolution supporting the continued disposition of Bruce Monroe. We passed several resolutions in support as ANC 1A. As the newly created ANC 1E, which is now the ANC that has party status of Bruce Monroe, and it sits within its boundaries. The disposition agreement fosters NCI's goal of achieving 1-for-1 replacement units to ensure that Parkview and Pleasant Plains neighborhoods do not experience a net loss of affordable housing and supports the Park Morton residents' right to return and stay in the community. Additionally, this decision would help advance Park Morton's redevelopment as part of New Communities Initiative, creating 23 residential units. And this would also include 90 units of replacement units for Park Morton residents, and the rest would be a mix of affordable housing and market rate units. In addition to the significant affordable housing that this project will bring to our community, it also includes community and commercial space with retail amenities and a permanent 1-acre park with retail program with recreational programming. This mixed-use development would be the anchor in coordinating revitalization efforts between Lower Georgia Avenue, starting from the Bruce Monroe site and going over to Park Morton proper, creating a vibrant and diverse mixed income neighborhood. The NCI model works to deconcentrate poverty and address both the physical architecture and human capital needs, where residents have access to affordable housing, economic opportunities, and access to human capital services. What I've just outlined is the public benefit. As the city changes and becomes less affordable, we need to increase the supply of affordable housing and offer a mix of support of affordable housing types to keep our neighborhoods diverse and equitable. The opposition testifying today has recommended that we look for another place for Bruce Monroe. And eminent domain has been brought up and raised during our general body meeting. And while this is a conversation that may be appropriate for supply building on private parcels, it isn't for Bruce Monroe's redevelopment at Park Morton's redevelopment at Bruce Monroe. The district owns the Bruce Monroe site, and it only makes sense that it be used to help us meet our citywide goals for the Lower Georgia Avenue corridor, including the increase of affordable housing at all income levels. Seeking eminent domain would only create further delays. And as you know, the Park Morton residents were displaced. So I just ask that you support this legislation and provide sufficient funding in the capital budget to support the permanent park with programming. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Commissioner. I want to thank each of the witnesses for their testimony. Drew Reisman, I said I would come back for a brief summary statement by you.
Yeah, thank you. Just addressing, what Rashida Brown talked about and what a lot of people on the ANC Council have talked about. The two things it seems like that are being brought up is serving our displaced Park Monroe residents and the Park Morton Residents Council, the public housing families who are most impacted by this oppose this project. I think that is something that cannot be understated here. And then I think the second piece that I haven't really heard be brought up today is we talk about affordable housing and of course we want affordable housing completely, but what numbers are we using to determine affordable housing? I've looked at the numbers that are being used and it seems like they include wealthy suburbs like Old Town Alexandria, Bethesda, Chevy Chase, Georgetown. Who is this affordable housing going to be?
Let me ask just to make sure I understand the point you're making. You mean the use of area median income to determine affordable?
Yes.
But that they also, and usually when we ask, and it's about median family income. And I think that's a great point because I actually introduced legislation many moons ago that would require the CFO's office to use the median family income of the district, so that people understand exactly what affordability levels we're talking about, who meets what criteria and who's eligible for it. Because I think the use of AMI historically has been misleading to a lot of people.
Yeah, and I think the numbers that I've saw included areas that are just not the people that are needing affordable housing in this specific area that we're looking to build. So I just want to make sure that that is evaluated properly and it's actually affordable to the people who
I
need
think there's
it.
a pretty significant amount though in the proposed project. And obviously we need to ask to make sure those numbers are still accurate, but I think there are 90 replacement units and I get the concerns about Park Morton residents, whether they're still around but there were 90 replacement units for the project and 111. And so those are 0 to 30% MFI. And then there's 51 to 60% MFI. And there are 111 units that fit within that income band. So, and we can get the hard numbers in terms of what amounts would qualify somebody to meet that range. But I think it's an important point that you're making.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I'm totally for if that is representative of the numbers, and then the other statement just being we want that affordable housing, but the reason that this site was chosen in all of the rationale is this build first idea, and that is not like serving anybody anymore. And the people who it does serve are not for it. So just taking time to reevaluate and look at the options that do exist. Like, when was the last time we really looked at the viable options before building on this park
Right.
that everyone is so, gung ho about
Let
keeping?
me ask you this, did you know, because you said you moved where's your name? You said you moved in, how long ago?
Yeah, I moved in this past year into the specific area.
Oh, okay, all
Yeah.
right, all right. Did you know, like, did you have a sense of what the plan was, or had you heard about
I've been,
park and whether it's temporary?
yeah, I hadn't heard about any of that.
Okay.
I kind of found out through like flyers of the community saying like, hey, this is what's happening to our park. Like, do you use it? And like, I'm, a basketball player, tennis player. So I've been using the facilities. But especially just seeing how many people use it. Like, it's less about like me and saving it, but for the people that I know don't really have the platform to talk about
Sure.
how important it is to them.
Sure, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I want to thank each of you let me ask Commissioner, there is a resolution that was earlier in February where the ANC voted on resolution. And how many people voted? Did the entire commission vote, or?
The entire commission voted on it.
Okay.
And I do have the votes here. I believe it was.
And you represent the
Uh,
SMD where
seven voted
the
in
park
favor.
is?
I'm sorry?
You represent the SMD where the park is?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yes, for 10 years.
okay. All right, great. I don't have any additional questions, but I want to thank you each for your time and that you've taken to come down here, and particularly for sharing the personal story about your daughter and putting those concerns on the record. It's important to the process for us in this committee as we think about these types of projects.
I make one comment.
Sure, if you could just make sure the mic.
Yes. So 3 places that are vacant that could be used. There's a building on Hyatt's Place behind, just to the west of DC, USA.
Okay.
It was identified by Brianne Nadeau during one of her coffee walks. The old Hebrew home, which is actually Ward 4, but it's closer to Park Morton than Bruce Monroe is.
Yeah.
And also there are IZ units in the Wren that are vacant.
Appreciate it. Thanks for that. Thank you each for your time. Call next Sandra Rochelle. I think it's Ryan Cummins. Caitlin Crawford. Janet Redmond. What's your name? Caitlin. All right. And you are Janet. Okay. Sandra Rochelle. Ryan Cummins. Okay, we're gonna call next. We're gonna move, actually, I think, we have Nick Deladon is actually here. I think you signed up earlier for virtual, but you're here. Happy to have you here. You can come on up. Is there anybody else who signed up virtually but decided to join us in person because it's such a nice day and you wanted to be at the council? Okay, all right. I think everybody else is going to be virtual, so I'm going to take this panel and then transition to our virtual witnesses. And good afternoon to each of you. Thank you for joining us at the council in person. We're going to begin this panel with Caitlin Crawford.
Thank you for having me, and thank you for being here. I was surprised more council members weren't, so it shows that you really care about this issue. I appreciate that. A lot of the points I was going to make have already been made, so thank you to all the witnesses before me. I just wanted to reiterate that no one is coming up here today to advocate for less public housing. We all want to keep our neighbors in the neighborhood. We're just saying, please do it in a way that takes advantage of other opportunities than getting rid of the only real park in Parkview, right? So there's Wangari Gardens, but with all of the helicopters and hospital, it's kind of more, sounds like a battle or invasion than a park. And Banneker is mostly paved and it has a lot of college kids. So that's why you don't see a lot of toddlers running around or kids on the swings or things of that nature. We pointed out some places that can have opportunities for housing. I can name a couple other abandoned lots and open lots. They're parking lots. You never see anyone in there, all on Georgia Avenue. So keeping access to Georgia Avenue. One is right next to Midlands, which is actually on the road or right next to the road of Park Morton. So that would definitely keep residents in the area. I'm asking you to vote down the park or the disposition of Bruce Monroe Park, because I'm asking you to vote for the people, not what a lot of us feel like is a vote for the money. It seems like council has been advocating over 10 years for a wealthy developer who's going to make millions off of a mix of luxury townhomes, and not the people who have elected them. For instance, Morton residents who have testified here today that, you know, they don't want this development. They like the park. They want to have a more equitable solution. They're also wondering, why is there a huge development on their street right now that they were not considered to be part of? I mean, it's gigantic. I'm sure a lot of our neighbors have seen it. It's also, we feel like Ward 1, including Morton residents, but Ward 1 as a whole has not been listened to. We have petitioned, sued, testified over and over again that we want to keep the park to reduce crime space, which the University of Virginia just did a huge study on how green space reduces crime. We're a heat island. To your great point about DC having a lot of trees per capita, the scientist, nationally recognized scientist Florence Williams actually has pointed to DC time and time again that there's a real deficit of trees, again, as you pointed out, and green space in lower income neighborhoods. And that would include ours, which only really has one usable park. We've also pointed to the pollution with extra traffic and things of that nature. And as Mark pointed out, Nadeau told us that wasn't a real issue. So we just want to ask you to vote for the people in the community, not the private developer who stands to make millions. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Our next witness is Janet Redmond. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Janet Redmond, and I've been a resident of Washington, D.C. for 18 years, and in 2014 moved into a 22-unit building on the site of an abandoned gas station 2 blocks from the Bruce Monroe Community Park. If you live in or you visited Pleasant Plains or Parkview, then you know that most residences don't have any yards. We're not a place with big lots. And many residences don't have any green space at all. And our streets are devoid of the big trees and grassy curbsides that you see in Bloomingdale, Columbia Heights, even in northern Petworth. Instead, in our neighborhood, you find trucks, emergency vehicles with their sirens blaring, and often long lines of traffic gassing us on the sidewalk. But the park is actually an oasis in this chaos. There, you can see toddlers playing on the jungle gym, kids running around pushing each other on the swings, teens and grown-ups playing basketball together, families grilling, alumni holding reunions. It's an active space in our community. It's one of the very few truly multiracial and multi-generational public spaces in the neighborhood. You don't need to buy anything to be there. $6 cup of coffee. You can just run around, throw a ball, hang out under a tree, hang out and talk to your neighbors. And that's why I'm respectfully urging you to please vote against the disposition of Bruce Monroe Community Park. Our community deserves both accessible, affordable housing and green space, as does every other community in Washington, D.C. We know that the National Institutes of Health have published in 2021 that access to green space is associated with greater physical activity. We know that the NIH also produced in 2023 studies that show evidence of a positive relationship between levels of neighborhood green space and mental health and well-being. And other studies have shown that childhood exposure to green space like parks reduces the risk for developing a range of psychiatric disorders during adolescence and adulthood. And a 2019 review in the Journal of International Environmental Research and Public Health of over 45 peer-reviewed papers found that the presence of green spaces, including parks and streams, reduces urban crime. It's already stuff we've heard from other people. But what the park does more than keep us cool and clean our air and allow us space to recreate is that it's a place where we get to know each other as a community and build that community. And whether that was intended for perpetuity or not, this space has become the community's park. We need accessible, dignified, affordable housing, and we also need green space where people can thrive. Creating the false dichotomy that tells our community we have to choose good mental, physical community health or good housing doesn't serve the people in our neighborhood. The kids, families, students, business owners, homeowners, renters, and visitors to our neighborhood deserve to have both deserve and are actually demanding both healthy, accessible green spaces that feed our souls and affordable homes that house our families. So I respectfully urge you to protect the rights of community members to have both and vote no in the disposition of our community's park. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony this afternoon. Our final witness for this panel is Nick Deladon. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. You begin your testimony.
Thank you. To surplus public land, a determination has to be made that the Bruce Monroe Park is no longer needed. You don't have a basis for making such a determination, and we urge you to vote no. My name is Nick Deladon. I represent DuPont East Civic Action Association, and I want to talk about three things: surplus, planning, and community. Surplusing public land for development has come under scrutiny more recently. The prospect looms in property at Chevy Chase, in the proposed new school in Georgetown, and in the storm of protest around the surplus of the police station at 1617 U Street. The public is justifiably concerned at the disposition of precious public resources. Once the land is gone, it cannot be retrieved. With regard to planning, planning is not just finding a developer. The community would benefit by impact studies of what is being proposed. For example, will a 10-story building cast a permanent shadow on the neighborhood 2-story row houses? A large building like this will house a lot more people. What is the impact of that? Will a more dense population in the neighborhood require a larger park or a smaller park? The city is installing bike lanes on congested city streets, causing radical transformation of traffic. What is the impact? Developments displace residents. We have seen a major diaspora of generational Black families displaced from the city in the recent decades. The new comprehensive plan requires an assessment of racial equity to see not only what damage might occur in the new project, but to make up for a past injury. Has that been done? If studies were done, we would have them. We have to conclude that this is based on no study. No one would put that much effort into a project and hide the results. On the subject of community, parks are the seminal ground for community. Parks are where people meet, play ball, and get to know and care for one another. It is the fabric of our culture in the neighborhood. It doesn't happen in your apartment. It happens in open spaces that the community shares. When people are displaced, it is not an individual alone who leaves. We lose the whole community of caring neighbors. It is destructive to our culture. So we ask you to vote no.
Thank you for your testimony. Let me ask Caitlin Crawford and Janet Redmond, do you all think there's any way for the city to build housing on that site and keep a park that would address the concerns you have with losing the park?
I think given the ample other opportunities to build in the neighborhood and achieve the same public housing goals, that no, because I think, again, that question is predicated upon the false dichotomy that we have the park or we have public housing, when Ward 1 as a whole, including Park Morton residents, believe that is not a true statement to base any assumption or question on.
Yeah, I agree. I would like to see the park maintained in its entirety. I think part of the integrity of that space is that it's a large open space. I appreciate Ms. Nudo's thoughts around small parks that are easy to contain your kids, but I think when we've seen development, at least coming through the ANC, we've seen development in our area, we've seen large developments, we've been promised parks before. Sometimes what counts as green space for us is the top of other people's roofs that we can't access, or pocket parks that are basically a traffic hazard for kids to be running around and with no way to keep them in. I think we have heard today that there's ample opportunity for other kinds of locations to be explored, if not build ready. I would rather see every single one of those explored and exploited before we take away a park that's been in existence for over a decade in a community who fought for it tooth and nail to make sure that their council member didn't sell it as a parking lot 15 years ago, 10 years ago. So I think for me, it's critically important that we respect the fact that this is actually a gem in the crown of this community. It's not an open lot. It's not vacant space. It's not a blank canvas. It's actually a place where people are making a beautiful painting together by hanging out there together and being there together. And I'd like to see that respected as a member of that community.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. And I'm not of the mind that you either have to have one or the other, or I don't sort of subscribe to this notion of trying to pit, people who support affordable housing versus people who support parks. I just, just having been in this position for a while, it's difficult to find areas where people will embrace this sort of housing goals and development of housing, particularly where there is a amenity like a park in the neighborhood. I think it's difficult. And I know where the member of the council who represents the area, I know the position that she has on this, and I respect that, having been a ward member. And I'm just saying that because these are, it's challenging issues. We had another panel, and maybe you all were here, where we talked about the affordable housing crisis. And it doesn't all get fixed if you build housing on the Bruce Monroe site. But it also doesn't all get fixed if every option or every place that you all have described that you would like to see the city explore for housing, even if they explored and built housing on that site, I suspect we'll still be in a similar crisis in the District of Columbia because of, I think, all the decades where this city, like cities around the country, frankly, haven't done housing, I think, in a way that was thoughtful and inclusive, and yet it sort of concentrated poverty in certain places and concentrated public housing in certain places, neglected public housing in a way, and I think that's part of our challenge. And so when I hear people mention like the language in our policy, that our comprehensive plan that requires a reflection around racial equity, I know it well because I helped draft it. I advocated for it. I wanted it to be there because I lived here before. We saw a lot of the development and that took place over the last few decades. I remember what it was like. I said earlier, my first job was in Bruce Monroe School. But I also know that we did displace a lot of people along the way to achieving that prosperity. And I want to see that avoided as we think about how we're developing our city for the future.
Let me say that I think it's a mistake, a big mistake, to think that we have to sacrifice our culture in order to get a few apartment houses. We need apartments, we need housing, but not at the sacrifice of culture and our civilization and the community itself. Like I say, when you displace a person, it isn't just the one person that leaves. It's the people who know each other, that care about one another, and it's the community that's displaced and lost, I would say. So that, and it comes down to planning. So you want to plan for adequate space, open space, and housing. And I think we can do that. We may be faced with challenges, but we can meet challenges. We don't have
a minority of people in the community that embraces change in the form of more housing, particularly density or multifamily housing in a community that has single family housing. And I'm saying this broadly. I'm not assigning it to any particular community, to be clear, but in my experience, when you have these conversations about housing and building something new, it is usually not embraced by a majority of folks who live in communities. which is why I think it's important to incorporate,
Yes.
you know, an
Yes.
equity lens in our broader comprehensive planning and have these tough conversations in communities, particularly those that, you know, haven't historically been zoned to have multifamily housing or, you know, bring in density. And so I wanted to mention that. And then-
Yeah, I just want to say, I mean, I
Sure.
think, I feel like what I'm hearing you say is that people don't want any housing. And I
No,
think
I'm
what
not
instead
saying-
what we're saying is,
Let me
this
stop,
is
let
a,
me stop, and I'm
No,
be clear. I'm not
yeah,
saying that.
I appreciate that.
And I'm not saying that.
I
I've not heard anybody here today say they don't want any housing or say that they don't want any affordable housing.
Or any concentrated housing. I think that at least what I'm saying, I won't speak for anyone
Go
else,
ahead.
is that we have an existing park. I recognize that it was created originally not to be there in perpetuity, but I think at this point, for the community, it is a park. And I think it has all the trappings of a park, even if it doesn't have the legal designation as a park at this point, and it functions as a park, and it functions as a space where people gather and are building community. If there are any other options possible, and it sounds like for what, for the original intention of Build First, which is not now, unfortunately, truly unfortunately, is not what's going to happen for people that have moved already from Park Morton, and that I think is egregious. Are there other places inside our community that are not an existing park that is used every single day by businesses, residents, schools, daycares, et cetera, students from Howard, alumni, families? Like if there's not any other option, if there are any other options to explore, I think the part of the point that it's important to me at least, is that we explore those first, even if they're a little bit more expensive, even if they're harder to get our hands on. At this point, this is a park. It's not just that people are, I think some people are worried about density, but it's actually like, this is an existing amenity that we will be taking away,
No, I
not a
understand.
blank slate.
No, I understand. I understand the position that you're taking on this, and I frankly, I hear the theme in the positions of a number of witnesses who have had the opportunity to spend time in the park and appreciate what it means for the neighborhood. Albeit, you know, the fact that it was temporary in nature doesn't take away from what it means and has meant to the community over the last decade and a half. And so I appreciate the position you're taking. I will say this though, because a number of witnesses have said explore all the options. Are you all aware of an option where the city can build housing and the community is going to support it?
Yes.
Is going to support it?
Yes, so I was going to say to her point that I understand that when there's change, a community is resistant. It can be for, hey, our property taxes are going to go up and we'll get kicked out. What then? Or like, hey, this is going to add traffic, or, hey, I don't want public housing near me. And that is not what's happening here. Like, we want more housing. We have, as a group and community, have been really good at coordinating and cross communicating, like with the stakeholders of public housing, right? Like our neighbors. I think what's happening here is we instead have said, hey, so how can we find where we cross-sect, right? Like, how can we keep this amenity that the entire community uses and benefits from in a multitude of ways, whether that be health, crime prevention, what have you? And how can we keep neighbors in the park and expand on housing? And even though we are not elected officials, even though we are not our councilwoman, even though we have been more or less ignored at many turns by those people, we have come up with solutions. We've said, what about these two abandoned parking lots? As I mentioned, Park Morton residents are like, there's a huge building being built on our street. Like, why were we not considered in that, whether it be via tax breaks to include IZ zoned housing or things of that nature? So I would say that this is a situation where, although we do not want change as in the park being taken away, we are not opposed to change as a whole with more housing being built. And we have taken it upon us to look at different avenues that could be, even though it's, on a democracy level, it is our responsibility. You have to participate in a democracy, but we are not elected leaders. So I think just the fact that we have gone above and beyond in that aspect really shows that we're not opposed to change when it comes to more housing and affordable housing.
Were any of the sites that you all looked at district-owned sites?
I don't know the district's portfolio that well. But I would say that some of it is at least very vacant, and there are probably opportunities to get those at a cost that's reasonable. And that's something that we would advocate for, that money being spent if it keeps a park. And I would also say that it's not particularly close, but I know that there was a lot of questions around like, hey, the DC government just voted to develop, and they've already started the development process of the reservoir. Like, why weren't more housing units considered there? I wasn't involved
I
in
can tell
that.
you about that.
Yeah, I wasn't involved in that, but
I
that's
was.
just a lot of
And a
talk
lot of
that's been
folks
going
didn't
on.
want housing at all on that site. In fact, they sued to prevent it, and they wanted a 25-acre park.
And I would say
so-
the difference here is that that was not usable land. There were like holes. It was used to, there were probably chemical issues. This is a park that is already used, right? Like, this is not that was a development. This is taking away for development. There's a little more to this equation than there was to that equation.
Yeah, I mean, that's like, it's easily 40 years in the making for McMillan Reservoir. And I only pointed out, and I don't want to relive any part of that process. But it took a long time to get to the point where you're actually seeing things happen there because there were so many people. I think fewer people interested in maintaining the site without any sort of development in the form of housing or retail or things like that. They wanted a huge park, and they made a similar case that we don't have enough park space. We want park space. And so, you know, it's just, I'm pointing that out to say how challenging this work is when a city has priorities, challenges around housing, and trying to figure out the best way to do it, where to do it. When you own a site versus having to acquire something, all that plays into the decisions that we have to make. And I see how, you know, people who live in the community today, whether or not you were there 20 years ago or you arrived like one of the witnesses a year ago, it's still important if to have those kinds of amenities in your neighborhood. And I almost don't want to call it an amenity because I think cities should have parks, you know, and so I appreciate the position you all have taken. This is never easy stuff. And so I think even there are probably tons of witnesses who don't have time to testify, couldn't factor it into their schedules, who feel similarly to how you all feel. And I think it's important to make sure that's reflected in the record. But it's never, I have not found it easy to do change in the form of housing in the communities. It's just, as much as cities need it, you know, it's a tough process. And I really appreciate that you all are putting your voices on the record and taking the time to advocate for your communities. So thank you for that. I think the witnesses that we have remaining are all virtual. And so we're going to start to make a call for our virtual witnesses, beginning with Max Ewert. Allison Clausen. Josh Jacobson, ANC 1E06. Gregory Anderson. Tyrese Walker. Nita Chaudhry. Adam Parr. Aria Delapian. Juan Cecito. Leroy Sam. Laurie Geller. Dr. Mary Catherine Stombos. Lindsay Gressert. Chris Williams. Daniel Erickson Teal. Well, Lena Kawada? No. Jennifer Fisher. Ren Lee. Mike Inger. Chris Otten. All right. We made a call for the remaining witnesses. We're going to begin with Nita Chaudhry. Good afternoon to you. I appreciate your patience. If you can turn on your video and unmute yourself, you can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes. Thought I saw Nita Chaudhry. If you could turn on your video, unmute yourself and begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes. Okay, all right, we're gonna move to our next witness. Juan Placido. Good afternoon to you. You begin your testimony.
Hello everybody. My name is Juan Caicedo. I live on the block of 7th Street in Kenyon Street, just right behind the park. I've been living in the area for about 12 years, since 2000, no, actually a little bit more, since 2011. And I've been seeing the process and all the problems that have been happening with the park. And I have a few points that have been I want to discuss and I want to tell. One is first of all, there's nothing against the housing issue. I think I've listened to some of the people that have been talking, and I think what is important is the park. And there was somebody else that was talking, you had mentioned, and you don't basically a property or a develop in a park. This is a principle that I consider really important because it's changing something very valuable for the community to something that is also important, but should not be considered as a priority in terms of what is more important, is the park or is development? You don't do that basically, pretty much. The other thing that I consider important is that based on the surveyors that we're doing, 90% of the community that is around, they don't want to develop the park. There's also something very important to mention is that there is a lack of green space where we are. There's no space where we can go and have and be with the kids. In terms of there is a philosophical point that I also want to mention is that democracy is when you elect someone and you trust to develop what you are looking for. And the people has been asked to make a vote and they decide not to develop the park. And so this is something that I will considered as a not trust for the people who are right now are elected officials. What else?
Mr. Casito,
Yes, tell me.
time has expired.
I'm sorry?
Testimony. Your time expired.
Okay.
So I'm going to turn to our next public witness, Lindsay Gressert. Gressard, maybe? Apologize if I'm mispronouncing it. And begin.
No worries. You got it right. Gressard is correct. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. My name is Lindsay Gressard, and as a resident of Ward 1, I am testifying today to oppose the disposition and selling off of Bruce Morgan Park to developers. Interestingly, just a couple weeks ago, I saw the city's new downtown action plan, which was released in February. That plan includes $54.5 million for a category called public realm, which, as the report describes it, will go to, and I quote, boost the quality and quantity of parks and open spaces across downtown DC. While I commend the city recognizing the value of parks and green space for attracting and maintaining residents in the downtown area, I'm having a hard time reconciling this plan with the fact that Bruce Monroe Park, the only park in Parkview, is at imminent risk of being sold off to developers. I'm also having a really hard time not seeing this plan as evidence that the city is willing to invest in the well-being and health of some residents in some neighborhoods, but not others. And I'm having a hard time not seeing this plan as evidence that the city is willing to treat some residents as collateral damage for corporate greed, while tourists and residents downtown are seemingly too valuable to lose. Right now, there is a bill in Congress with over 100 co-sponsors called the A. Donald McEachin Environmental Justice for All Act. That bill would amend the Civil Rights Act of 1964 to make it so that communities can challenge any action that has discriminatory impacts on their environmental health and well-being. As it stands now in the law, they have to prove that there was discriminatory intent, which can be difficult when decisions are being made behind closed doors. Obviously, that bill is not law yet, but I bring it up now to make the point that environmental justice is a right and is on the heels of being strengthened in law as one. Every American and every DC resident has the right to clean air, clean water, and an environment that enriches their lives. By selling off Bruce Monroe Park, the council would be robbing the residents of Parkview and Georgia Avenue of that right. And for what? For a promise from developers that they'll do right by Park Morton and the community. But developers have consistently failed to deliver on their promises of affordable housing in DC. And I expect that it will be no different in this case. So I implore the council not to sacrifice the city's residents for just another empty promise from wealthy developers. Thank you so much for the time. I really appreciate it.
And thank you for taking the time to testify to council today. We appreciate that. We're going to turn to our next witness. It's Daniel Erickson Till. I see the name on my screen. If you want to turn on your video and unmute yourself and begin your testimony, you'll have 3 minutes. Okay, we're going to move on to Jennifer Fisher. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. I'm Jennifer Fisher. I'm here to speak in opposition to I apologize, the sun is very bright. I had to step out of my office. I'm writing to oppose the disposition of the Bruce Monroe Park for the building of a 10-story apartment building. I live on the 700 block of Canyon Street, just down the alley from the park, and I've been here since 2007, when Bruce Monroe was a school. Since it became a park, I've used the park to teach my niece and nephew to bike, to shoot baskets and throw footballs, baseballs, and frisbees, and play on the playground. I walk past the park almost every day with my dog and watch folks playing basketball, kids from the nearby preschool playing, and the city park service using it for monthly community festivities with bouncy castles and other fun activities. It is a well-used park, every part of it, and could be even more well used. As I have lived here since before Bruce Monroe became a park, I'm well acquainted with all of the political wrangling that has occurred over the years. When the school was torn down, our neighborhood protested and was promised that a new school would be built in its place, along with housing. In the wake of the Great Recession, that proved challenging. In the meantime, the community lobbied for a park to be built. The park has been a resounding success. No doubt, because the nearest park of any real size and use potential is at least half a mile away. Repeatedly, those involved in this project, including the mayor's office, Councilmember Nadeau's office, and the developers themselves, have claimed that they involved the community in the planning of this project. As an immediate neighbor of the park who has lived here since long before this proposal was even put forward, at no time was I or any of my neighbors consulted about the disposition of this park. Rather, we were presented with a plan that incorporated Park Morton as a done deal. Moreover, our ANC representative at that time had to recuse herself from the planning because she worked for the mayor's office. We thus had no voice in the planning, not even from our supposed representative. When we found out, we were understandably upset and we voiced our opposition. We were met with derision and lies. As an example of just how dreadful the response was to the community's opposition, when I first sent an email to Councilmember Nadeau's office opposing this plan, her staff member sent me an angry email in response stating that the new park on only 1/3 of the land would contain all of the same amenities as the existing park. The same statement was distributed to the community on flyers. Logistically, that would be impossible, and the city finally conceded this fact during the zoning meeting. But to seemingly no concern to anyone except us neighbors who had been saying it all along, that the selling of this proposal to the community began with lies to the community, is everything that anyone needs to know about who benefits from this project. It is not the Park Morton residents or the neighbors of Bruce Monroe, all of whom would like to retain the park. What is perhaps even more troubling is that despite all this talk about a park and retaining amenities, the current resolution for disposition of the Bruce Monroe Park doesn't even guarantee or mention a park. So where is there a guarantee of a permanent park with similar uses to the current park, other than in Councilmember Nadeau's empty promises? Given all the promises made to us about this land before, promises that have not been kept without some explicit promise, this land should not be developed as an apartment building. In all the many years we've been opposing this development, our efforts have been maligned. The chairman previously asked about whether the site could be used for a smaller building with a larger park. Personally, my preference would be to maintain the entire park, but I would be open to that conversation. But using a smaller portion of the park for housing has never been on the table in the 10 years this fight has been happening. In fact, when I raised it with Councilmember Nadeau's office, I was told that this package could not be renegotiated, that this was the only possibility. The city has dug in its heels, and instead of our council member and ANC representative representing their constituents, they've represented the developers. The result is that those living in squalid conditions at Park Morton have had to be forced out or forced to continue living in such conditions. And the council members who voted for this in the past have to take a large part of the blame. Because 10 years ago, you could have actually worked with the community that will be impacted by this development, and we would probably have something built by now, perhaps something more right-sized and with more green space preserved. I would also like to address a question Councilmember Nadeau asked about the new 1-acre park that is to be built at the Park Morton site.
Jennifer Fisher, I wanted to let you know that your time had expired. If you could summarize your testimony. I know that there usually is a clock on our virtual platform that allows you to see your time, but I don't think that is there. So I wanted to just let you know if you want to summarize.
Okay, well, I just have this, I mean, I have just really this one last thing that I think is important to this conversation, because Councilmember Nadeau asked one of the original panelists about what they thought about the 1-acre park that would be to be built at Park Morton. And while I think that is just lovely and wonderful, it's notable that Park Morton site is 2 blocks from the Parkview Recreation Center, but they're getting a new 1-acre park. We're a half mile away, but we are losing most of our park. And the fact of the matter is that also the Park Morton site, you asked about Georgia Avenue and accessibility. The Park Morton site is also accessible to Georgia Avenue, and yet they aren't getting a 10-story building built on the site. They're getting, you know, pretty normal density housing for, according to the zoning, plus a new park. We're getting a giant 10-story building and losing 2/3 of our park when we're already so far away. It makes it really hard to take seriously that this really is the real solution to this problem of affordable housing. It just feels like we didn't have representation, and so now everybody's going to just dig in the heels and say, well, your neighborhood doesn't matter. So I will leave it at that. Thank you so much for your attention. I appreciate all of your thoughtful questions and your interest in this matter.
Certainly, and I appreciate the time you've taken to provide testimony to the council. Our last witness for this panel is Chris Otten. And you can unmute yourself and begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Councilmember McDuffie, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you loud and clearly.
Thank you. My name is Chris Otten. I'm representing DC for Reasonable Development. And as Councilmember Nadeau has pointed out, the current proposal to privatize Bruce Monroe Park is quite an old idea. So old, it needs a new look. We asked the council to oppose the extension and re-examine this deal for several reasons. One, Park Morton residents testified before the zoning commission that they want home ownership opportunities and certainly don't want to be squeezed into a very large downtown-sized building that will consume most of the existing green space amenity that serves them now. Park Morton residents, though, were ignored by the zoning commission. And so we asked the committee and council to choose not to ignore those residents, work with Mr. Jordan and Ms. High and their real and articulated needs now, and forge a new deal. The old Bruce Monroe deal should not be extended because there are no home ownership opportunities. There is no equity planning for Park Morton residents in the old deal. There are only a handful of family-sized housing units in the old deal. We need far more family-sized housing units in any of these public land deals, meaningful home ownership opportunities. That is owed to folks. And the old Bruce Monroe disposition deal treats these important concerns by Park Morton residents most minimally, if at all. That really does need re-examination, not extension. 2, privatizing public land for affordable housing is no longer necessarily. In fact, it's harmful. The rationale for privatizing Bruce Monroe was built first, but that's off the table as the city's building first at Park Morton. Further, if you dig down past the spin, the interconnected old Bruce Monroe and Park Morton deals represent a net loss of 20 units of the most truly affordable housing in DC, the 0 to 30% AMI metric. The rest of the Bruce Monroe deal, the old deal, has housing with some units at its 50%, most at 60 to 80, as most of these deals go, and some market rate. For the 60 to 80% AMI units, that's for folks making $65,000 to $85,000 a year, according to 2023's metrics. We must point out that in the time since the old deal was crafted, the AMI has gone up substantially every year, thus reducing the so-called affordability of this old deal significantly. And due to the immense racial wealth gap in DC, the old Bruce Monroe deal will make it very, very hard for Black folks to be able to afford the so-called affordable housing that may get built at Bruce Monroe. Committee Chair McDuffie, we must do better equitably and in a re-examined deal. 3, the council has an opportunity now to reassess why giving away public land hasn't worked and still won't work at Bruce Monroe, especially giving up the very limited green space along this corridor. So many years on, we have alternatives to privatizing our limited land for more of the same affordable housing. We can pursue a social housing model and pilot at Bruce Monroe. It would result in truly affordable housing, home ownership, and without taking up a substantial chunk of the existing green space that current and future neighbors rely on. To conclude, the council can get a much better deal for the public and for Park Morton residents that results in home ownership opportunities, truly affordable housing with much more family-sized housing, and result in keeping much more public green space for the public good. We hope this committee can work directly with Park Morton residents, Bruce Monroe Park neighbors, to make the space and time to get the Bruce Monroe balance done better and throw out the outdated, inequitable old deal. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Actually, our final witness who's able to rejoin had some technical difficulties, I understand, is Nita Chaudhry. You can unmute yourself, turn on your video, and begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Nitha Chaudhry Van Dusen, and I purchased a home on Irving Street between Sherman and Georgia right, pretty much the same block as the park, in 2013. And one of the reasons I chose to move there was access to such an amazing park, and a home where I wanted to start a family. One of my questions to the council is the 2016 disposition resolution specifically cited 44,404 square feet of land to be devoted to a park or other public use. Why doesn't the current draft of the resolution that's proposed to be extended specify any amount of square footage to be retained? And why doesn't it specifically say whether or not it's going to be retained as a park, and a park that is not owned by the developer? And a more important point is that the disposition resolution is framed as a sale. It explicitly says that the land is going to be sold. And I'm going to start sharing my screen now, if they'll let me share my screen so I can pull up a few portions. I don't know if anyone can hear me requesting to share my screen. Justin, I think we had emailed about letting me share my screen. But while I'm waiting for that, the language in the DC code that provides for the ability to declare land surplus and dispose of it specifically states that the options include a sale or a lease. And throughout this entire process, we've been told that it's going to be a long-term lease. It's usually been cited as 100 years. And yet the language that the council is going to vote on whether or not to extend explicitly says that this is going to be structured as a sale. And that seems highly inappropriate. Part of this land was acquired by eminent domain, and the purpose is, supposed to be to afford affordable housing to replace public housing units. And we're giving it away by a sale, which seems to be, basically for $1 and through a series of tax credits to benefit the developer. We're not actually retaining this in perpetuity for either a park or for the purpose of affordable housing. And I would just implore the council to not approve those provisions, to extend it, and to not approve anything without stipulating specifically the amount of land to be preserved as a green space and as a park space. There has been some mention of parks that are in the area, and to the extent they'll be improved. The Parkview Recreation Center is not grass. It is fake grass. It is not green space. And we've heard a lot of people today testify about the importance of green space and environmental justice. And I want to emphasize that just again. The New Community Initiatives has always been known to have its problems. And specifically, there is a report in the that the New Communities Initiative had an independent evaluation, and on the New Community Initiative's website, I'm quoting from this document: the build first principle, which entails starting with new construction of replacement units of offsite in advance on-site redevelopment, is not cost or time effective, particularly when combined with the desire to ensure units serving a range of incomes. Build first is costly because it means having to plan, finance, and build not just replacement units, but affordable units as well. The complexity of this method prolongs the development timeframe and diverts subsidy from directly supporting redevelopment of the subject HUD-assisted site, or at least requires the total subsidy to be substantially greater amount in order to produce both replacement and affordable housing. So a document that's on the New Communities Initiative website acknowledges that the strategy is a failure, and we've seen it be a failure throughout in the district. Like that is the record on how this strategy has worked. It's inefficient, and the mayor, as part of the surplus and disposition process, is required to submit a plan that demonstrates that this is financially feasible. And in that, it was noted that the district is going to pay $1.54 million to defease tax-exempt bonds that were used to develop Bruce Monroe Park as a park. So they have to pay that amount of money to actually get rid of the bonds that were used to improve the park site. And at the time that I was giving testimony before the zoning commission, the land that is immediately adjacent to Georgia Avenue that people have mentioned was for sale, and it sold for $1.52 million. That land is currently again for sale, and it has been for sale for, if you can let me scroll in the document to the dates, it's been for sale for almost 3 years. The two combined sites where people might recognize Adventure Dental have been for sale for the past 3 years, and I'm frustrated listening to Councilmember Nadeau suggest that there isn't land available, that the only option is to build on a park site. The solicitation for this process was issued in March 2014, 10 years ago. And all of the analysis on whether or not this space is needed for being surplus and whether this is the best place to build housing is incredibly stale, like beyond stale. They reference a 2009 effort to offer up the former school site to other schools. 2009 was a terrible timeframe for anybody to be entering any new ventures. If anyone does not remember the financial crisis, nobody was doing anything new at that time. And yet we're referring to 2009 as the best assessment for whether or not this site was even needed for a school, let alone any other purpose. And the mayor was, at the time of the surplus and disposition resolution in 2016, supposed to submit a plan that looked at whether or not this was financially feasible. That RFP specifically required the applicants to demonstrate control of a site as part of the reason that they were selected to do this development. I'm going to say this very clearly. The Bruce Monroe Park site was never offered as the place for the Park Morton redevelopment. Applicants were supposed to identify control over a site and demonstrate that they had the ability to control it, whether or not they already owned it, and provide documentation saying that they already owned it. And that was a criteria for selecting them to do this project. It is a complete farce that the plan was always to develop on this park. I would ask that Chairman McDuffie request to see what other applications were received in 2014, but also acknowledge that all of this analysis is incredibly stale.
Sure.
None of this makes sense. And the land that is immediately adjacent to Georgia Avenue has been for sale for 3 years. Like this is terrible planning and execution, and it's offensive. And we were asked whether or not there's alternative sites that we would suggest. I would suggest looking at the land that is literally currently for sale, and 2 lots have been combined, and they're immediately adjacent to Georgia Avenue, right next to Park Morton. That is a specific land that is currently for sale, and it has been for sale.
I appreciate that point and that question.
One more point I'd like to add, there's mention of ANC members recusing themselves. I specifically recall sitting through those ANC meetings and hearing the recusals. One of them was somebody that is no longer an ANC commissioner, and she recused herself because she worked for the developer.
Yeah, no, I appreciate.
And the other recusal is from somebody that is currently has not recused herself, and she has spoken to you today. And I would ask why it would be appropriate to not recuse yourself today if you have to recuse yourself in 2016. And I'll note that when that commissioner was running for election in 2016, that the person from the developer that presented to the ANC meeting that just recently happened, when the ANC voted whether or not to, again, recommend this for disposition, the person that was speaking from the developer campaigned on her behalf in front of the polling site. And I was there because I was campaigning against the ANC member that spoke today. Like, that is highly inappropriate. And this process, if we feel like we've been lied to, it's because it really does feel like we're being lied to.
Well, I wanted to make sure that we had an opportunity to hear your testimony. I know there was a challenge getting you on. I gave you obviously more time than the 3 minutes, but I wanted to make sure that that was incorporated into the record before we transition to our government witness. But Nita, Chaudhry, all the public witnesses, we do appreciate you all carving out time in your schedules to provide testimony to this committee on this very important topic. So I'm gonna, at this point, thank you all and transition to our government witness for this measure and ask that they come forward so I could swear them in before we hear their testimony. I'll swear you both in before you get going. I'll raise your right hands. Do you each swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide to the Council of the District of Columbia and the Committee on Business and Economic Development is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you both. And you can begin with your testimony whenever you are settled in.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie, members and staff of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. My name is Suresh Opadwala, and I am the Director of Real Estate in the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development. I'm here to testify in support of the Bruce Monroe Extension of Disposition Authority Act of 2023, which provides the mayor 3 additional years to dispose of the portion of the property known as Bruce Monroe located at 3012 Georgia Avenue Northwest, as originally authorized under R 21721, the Bruce Monroe Disposition Approval Resolution of 2016, which was passed unanimously by the council on December 20th, 2016, and further extended pursuant to PR 220979, the Bruce Monroe Disposition Resolution Extension Approval Resolution of 2018. I want to begin by recognizing the invaluable contributions of the community, particularly Park Morton residents, the Park Morton Steering Committee, Ward 1 Councilwoman Brianne Nadeau, Neighbor Up Parkview, and the ANC's 1A and 1B. Park Morton, a DC Housing Authority property located in the Parkview neighborhood in Ward 1, was built in 1960 and contained 174 residential units. Bruce Monroe was planned as the Build First site for the redevelopment of Park Morton, which is located a few blocks away. Build First calls for the creation of new public housing prior to the demolition of existing homes. In 2014, the Housing Authority issued a solicitation to procure the current development team and selected Parkview Community Partners, which is comprised of the community builders, a leading national nonprofit, and Dante's, a leading local development firm. The development program for Bruce Monroe will establish a mixed income community comprised of different housing options. The project will include a total of approximately 273 units distributed across 76 mid-rise and senior rental building and a 189 unit high-rise multifamily rental building and 8 family-sized rental townhomes. Of the 273 units, there will be approximately 90 public housing replacement units available to households earning 30% or below AMI, former Park Morton residents, 111 additional affordable housing units available to households earning at or below 60% AMI, and 72 market rate units. In addition, Bruce Monroe will contain approximately 2,500 to 5,000 gross square feet of commercial and or community serving space. The project will include large courtyards, significant public space enhancements, and ample outdoor green space. The affordable homes will be subject to an affordable housing covenant between DEMPED and the developer, which will be recorded against the property and require that the affordability levels remain in place for the term of the ground lease. In 2016, the Council of the District of Columbia initially authorized the surplus and disposition of the property. The developer submitted an application for a PUD, and thereafter in November 2021, the Zoning Commission unanimously approved the PUD and issued a final order in April 2022. This case was appealed to the DC Court of Appeals, and on January 25th, 2024, the Court of Appeals affirmed the decision from the Zoning Commission. Given the length of time that it's taken to get through the entitlement process, we are requesting an extension until December 20th, 2026 for the development to get to closing. Approval of this extension will not only cement the district's commitment to Park Morton residents, but also ensure that the development team is one step closer to advancing Bruce Monroe and providing 273 new homes, including 90 replacement units for Park Morton residents, along with the new affordable options for Ward 1. The ability to proceed with Bruce Monroe is critical to the success of redevelopment of Park Morton, as it contains most of the replacement units for Park Morton residents. This concludes my testimony. Thank you for your time, and I am available to answer any questions you may have.
I do have some questions. Give me one moment, though. I'm just getting the
Okay.
testimony, so I want to sure I have that. Thank you for your testimony. I do have some questions for you. Let's start with the park. I think that's where a lot of the testimony that I heard from public witnesses today was about the park. The desire of many people in the community, I think represented by a number of witnesses we heard, to keep the park, a preference for your office and the mayor to identify available opportunities to build housing that do not include the current park space, the old Bruce Monroe School site. I think we heard the position from a number of witnesses that they're not opposed to housing in the community, affordable housing or density necessarily, but that the city should look to other places, some of which were specifically identified by witnesses, including properties along Georgia Avenue. I think I heard of Venture Dental, some other properties. How do you respond to the many concerns that you heard both by witnesses who testified in person and virtually that this site is better suited and that the community deserves it to remain a park?
Yes, thank you. First of all, there were a couple of questions in there, so let me start, and then if I miss one, please remind me. So first of all, there will still be a park at Bruce Monroe. I want to be very clear about that. There's been a lot of conversation about how people are losing their park and we're taking their park and those kinds of conversations, and that's not entirely true. There will still be a very substantially sized, almost 1 acre park that will be retained by the district. And we have committed to going through a community process with DPR to determine the final uses. So that community will be very much engaged. I know there's a lot of passion and a lot of use of the park, and that's wonderful. And DPR has an extensive history of doing fantastic community engagements and really providing parks that are responsive to the needs of the community. So there will be a park. In terms of questions about why not locate this project elsewhere, well, DEMPED has done extensive studies of the area around Park Morton. So first of all, it's really important to understand that one of the basic tenets of the New Communities Initiative is that residents can be as close as possible to their original homes. And so the original homes in this case would be Park Morton. So we are very, motivated to find properties that are, again, as close as possible to their original homes to minimize displacement. These are families who have, in often cases, multiple generations lived in this property. And so moving them even a mile away is disruptive, and it's not fair. And so looking at those different parameters, so we want to minimize displacement. We also want a site that's got significant or sufficient zoning, which we went through the zoning process. And then finally, we identified, or we ideally would want properties that are owned by the district, because that's the most cost effective. And so when you look at these three things in concert, Bruce Monroe is clearly the best site for this project.
Following up on that, the 1 acre park that you're referring to and have stated will exist on completion of the development, is that 1 acre going to be land owned by the District of Columbia?
Yes, it will be owned by the District of Columbia.
And how large is the entire site?
The current site is, I want to say like 93,000 square feet, but I'd have to,
Do you have any idea how many acres that is? The
that's
square
two,
feet
about two,
always throws me off.
that's about 2 acres. An acre is 43,000, so 86, it's about a little bit over the 2 acres.
Okay.
We can get the exact amount.
Yeah, I want to get a sense based on you stating that there's gonna be a 1 acre park, how
Oh,
much?
okay. It's actually 77,000 square feet. So the entire site is a little under 2 acres.
Got it. So the majority of the site will be a park?
Yeah, the majority of the remaining site, yes, correct.
Okay. And is the land that's proposed to be disposed of for this development, or it's already been disposed of, you asked for an extension of this position, but is it being done as a lease or as fee simple?
This is a 99-year ground lease.
Okay. You mentioned the goal of new communities in the Park Morton residents. We heard a number of witnesses testify that the original goal of new communities and being a site for this development to be utilized to support the Park Morton redevelopment no longer exists. Given the time that's elapsed, many residents are no longer at Park Morton. How do you respond to that?
Yeah. So how I'd respond to that is that, originally this site was intended to be a build first site. We were going to build on it first. And then, and the reason to use build first sites is to, again, go back to what I said earlier, which is we really want to minimize displacement. If we can build a property and then move people relatively close to their original homes, well, their lives have been less disrupted, or that's the goal. Obviously, that wasn't able to happen here, but that wasn't able to happen because people contested the zoning, and the district decided with the housing authority that the state of Park Morton had gotten, was in such an extent that we had to really, restructure the entire development plan to do the Park Morton onsite first. That said, there are still a number of, in fact, the majority of replacement units that have to yet be built. And so that's why they still need to be built at Bruce Monroe. So Bruce Monroe is still, just because it's not built first, it is still very much an important, critical component of our commitment to the Park Morton residents. In terms of your people saying that there are not a lot of residents there, well, yes, that's true, because we had to restructure the schedule because this project had gotten into a lawsuit. And so I think some of the same people who are saying that we shouldn't do it anymore participated in the lawsuit. So I think that's a little bit, ironic, I would say. And so there are still a number of residents who have the right to return. So another principle of new communities is that if you're a resident at the time of the redevelopment, you have a right to return to the property. So even if you move to Philadelphia, you can come back, and a lot of people do. They return, they have to move somewhere while we're in the construction process. I mean, the whole point of the build first is so that we don't have to have this displacement and then bringing people back. And so, but at the same time, now that it's happened, DEMPED has a human capital team that works with all the residents of the new communities properties, and they are in very close touch with the Park Morton residents. We also have a company called Housing Opportunities Unlimited, which is our human capital service provider. They are also in touch with the Park Morton residents. And then we have another group called Brick and Story, which does, regular community meetings. So we are very much in touch. And once these properties are available for lease up, we go back to those resident roles. And, it might be the kid of a resident, but they still have the right to return.
So let me understand the issue around the open letter to the community in 2015. And where you were on the staff at DEMPED at this time, right? Can you explain and elaborate what changed from what was discussed back then?
Can I elaborate on what's changed in, could you be a little bit more precise?
So there were residents who raised concerns about the open letter and how the plans have changed from what had been proposed, and there were statements by witnesses that the open letter even acknowledged that things have changed and that, I don't want to try to
Yeah, no, well, let me.
state all the
Right,
witness
okay.
testimony, but there were people who said that DEMP had said in 2015 in the open letter, and I'm quoting here, "We are supportive of a plan only if it includes park and recreational space returning to the site. The current proposal serves half of the site as a park, which would allow all of the site's current uses, including courts, playground, garden, to be brought back to the site." Is that still a fact?
So what I would say is that in terms of the open letter, we are committing, as I stated at the top of my testimony, we are absolutely committing to bring the park back. I mean, the park will be retained in the district's control. And so we will go through a DPR committee process. In terms of your second question, whether the courts and all those things, I mean, if that's what the community decides at the time of the community process, then certainly that's what would go back. But my intention is not to take what was there and just automatically bring it back. My intention is to go to the community at the time that we are building the park and ask them what they want. And if they say that's what we want, okay, well, that's their decision.
And is it your position that the size of the park space will accommodate the uses that were articulated in the 2015 letter? If that's what the community indeed wants?
If the size of the park space will match what was in the letter,
Will accommodate the uses that have been outlined in the letter of 2015, if that is indeed what the community would like to have.
yeah, I mean,
Within the park.
a 44,000 square foot park is sufficient to have a court and, or courts, whatever, and, a garden and pagodas. I mean, it's a very significant, it's an acre. It's a very significant piece of property.
Okay. I'm not, and I know you don't intend to make light of what is being said here. The reason I'm asking this in the way that I'm asking is because people are pointing to this letter of 2015 and saying that things have changed and that you all won't essentially be able to honor what you said then in this development because things have changed.
That's incorrect. We
Okay.
will be able to honor what we said in this letter.
Okay. So in terms of the development team, has there been any changes since this was last before the council?
No,
And who is the development team? Who's a part of the team?
the development team is TCB, the Community Builders, which is a national nonprofit focused on affordable housing, and Dante's Properties, which is a local developer and also a CBE.
Okay. And in terms of timing, I don't know that this is going to be passed, but assuming for the sake of this discussion and this question, how much time would it take to dispose of the property to the team if this extension is passed at the council?
Yeah, in terms of the overall timeline, I mean, I would hope that we could close on the property next year, but 2025. But I think given the fact that we have to restart a pretty extensive process, we have requested an extension until 2026 just to ensure that we have enough time to go to closing.
Do you recall, because that, we the council has amended 10801, 10802 over the years. And it currently includes requirements that there be community meetings around surplus and disposition. Do you recall whether there were meetings in the community that talked about the surplus process, the disposition process? And if so, how many meetings? Give us a sense of what that engagement process looks like.
Yes, so there was extensive meetings in the community, both prior to our decision to choose Bruce Monroe and through the disposition process. I actually don't have that information, but I will absolutely provide it to you because it was so extensive. I mean, it's just, there were many, many meetings. So we actually have a slide we can send to you.
And it talks about the community engagement process?
Yes. Okay. Do you want us to read it into the record? Or do you want us to send it to you?
If it gives a sense of the meetings or just if you have a summary of what that process looked like. I think it is important.
Yeah,
To hear
we'll
that
send
on
it
the
to you.
record.
Oh,
given-
okay, we'll get
You
it.
can send it to me, but I think.
Okay, we'll
given
pull it
the
out.
amount of witnesses who testified
I hear you.
about a lack of engagement and not, I think it's important. Now, we had some ANCs who also testified in support of this, but I think it would be useful for the committee's record to understand that process in summary.
Okay, so what I will say is that between 2015 and 2016, we had at least 27 meetings with residents, the ANCs, and the community. In terms of a list of all those meetings, we could get
Sure,
that for you.
Sure. I've asked a version of this question already, but in terms of getting the closing, because this extension is your request for a 3-year extension, you do obviously expect that you will be able to get to closing within that 3-year time frame. And I ask that just because of the current state of our economy in 2024 and the development, construction costs, it's just different. So talk about the timing here for the 3-year extension.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. That's actually, a great question. And originally, I believe in 2016, we'd asked for, or the first extension, we'd asked for 5 years. And I think in this case, we feel like 3 years is sufficient because we're going to have to go through a new underwriting process. But for, one of the benefits of the way the court affirmed the zoning is that they didn't change the original zoning. And so the plans are the same, a lot of that kind of work is the same. And so we can really pick up where we left off. And so in terms of your question about the macroeconomic market, I mean, unfortunately, I can't say for certain, but I do think that given the district and the mayor's commitment to new communities and Park Morton and Bruce Monroe, a significant portion of this project is district funding, frankly, and we're going to get it. We're very committed to it, just like we have been to the other new communities campuses. And I think that will be something that will allow the project to move forward, even if the macroeconomic environment is not, that optimal. But again, I really can't speak to exactly what the macroeconomic environment will be.
Okay. In terms of like opposition to this project, there's some witnesses who testified that even residents of Park Morton, I'm not sure if they said the resident council specifically or formally, but they said that even residents of Park Morton don't support this development. Is that your understanding of the community support, at least by Park Morton residents?
Well, what I always tell people, communities are not homogeneous. And so it's really difficult to say whether a community supports or doesn't support something, because there's always going to be people who feel one way or another. But what I will say is that, as I mentioned earlier, DEMPED has a very strong human capital team that stays in very close touch with residents of all our properties, but of course, Park Morton. And by and large, and there's a Park Morton steering committee, by and large, people are very supportive. We've been out in the community. We have a group called Brick and Story, which has regular community meetings. And when you go to these meetings, I will tell you there's a lot of support. There's a lot of positivity. And frankly, I think what the residents would have preferred is that, there hadn't been this lawsuit that delayed this project extensively. And now at this point, they'd really just like to see the project happen. And, and we'd like to provide them with new and high quality affordable housing homes.
Right. And there's some who have argued that really the lawsuit was the only thing slowing down this project, and that were it not for the lawsuit, this project would have proceeded. I'm not sure if that's the case, and so I want to put the question to you. Was there anything that DC had done or was doing to slow things down? Were there any challenges with the developer in terms of financing that kept this project from happening, or was it the lawsuit?
It was absolutely the lawsuit. There was absolutely nothing else that was in the way. Frankly, I don't remember the budget cycle, but I remember we went and we got the significant amount of budget. We'd gone through all of the underwriting process. The developers had also gone through an extensive, design development process. Obviously, they hadn't brought the drawings up to full construction set, but, there was the momentum to do this project. And at the time, the director of NCI was New Communities, was Angie Rogers, who was just a super committed individual. And but for the lawsuit, this project would be completely done.
Right. How much, you mentioned the resources to this project, district resources. How does the project break down in terms of support from the District of Columbia?
Yeah, so how the project breaks down exactly is we do still need to go back through an underwriting process, but essentially it's a combination of some private financing, but also there'll be potentially vouchers. So we don't know, right? If there are vouchers, for instance, then there would be less New Community subsidy required. If there's availability with low-income housing tax credits, then that would also, so it'll be a combination of capital stack, but that's not dissimilar to actually every other DEMPED project, where there's some combination of, Housing Production Trust Fund. Although in this case, New Communities would probably be in that space, the New Communities money instead of the HPTF. So it would be LIHTC, vouchers, and then some other sources.
Is there a specific commitment for the project?
Not specific, not specific dollar number, because again, we have to go through that there was at the time, the original in 2016.
How much was the original 2016 commitment?
I'd really want to get back to you on that. I believe it was like, it was significant. It was upwards in the 40 or 50 million, but I'd have to get back to you.
Okay. Well, I mean, help me understand how the project works without understanding what the District of Columbia's commitment is. I would imagine the developer would need to have a sense of what they're leveraging in terms of district resources.
Yeah, well, I mean, basically what happens is that starting now, because the court only affirmed the case on the 20th.
Yeah,
and then there was also another motion to rehear it, and that just was denied by the court. So what happens now is that the developer and the district start to go through an underwriting process. And in terms of what the developer needs to know from the district in terms of the actual commitment, they less need to know what that actual number is and more that the district is committed to getting it when it's necessary. And we've been successful with that model in all of our projects. I mean, there's very few district projects that don't require that kind of district being DEMPED projects. And so, yeah, we go through that process. And then, of course, they might start with X number, and then we ask some questions and kind of dig through it. And we end up with what we think is a fair number for both parties.
So I think it's going to be important to make sure that the committee understands how this deal gets done in 2024, given the amount of time that's elapsed. I clearly hear the district's commitment, the DEMPED's commitment, the mayor's commitment to getting it done. I know that there's a need, and my next question is for you to talk about the need, how this fits into the mayor's affordable housing goals, and housing goals broadly in the District of Columbia. But given that just the costs have shifted so much, and in the time that has elapsed over the course of the lawsuit, it's just going to be important to understand
Absolutely.
what that means for the city.
Absolutely. We will put that together.
Okay. Talk about how this fits into the mayor's housing goals.
Absolutely. You know, this fits in I'd say 3 different ways. And that was always the goal of the New Communities Initiative. It's not just to provide replacement units for public housing, it's also to increase the overall housing supply. And it's also to provide, really importantly, mixed income housing so that we're not concentrating affordable housing. And so in terms of the mayor's overall goals, in 2015, when the mayor came into office, you know, she made a commitment to the New Communities residents in all 4 neighborhoods that she was going to unstick what by that point had been long stalled projects. And she was able to do so. And, you know, in terms of her goals for the public housing residents, it's to ensure that they are able to stay in their neighborhood in high quality, affordable housing. And that was really our commitment. In terms of her overall housing goals, we then get another tranche, a third of the units as affordable housing at 60% or below AMI. And then, of course, we get the market rate housing, which is really important for the mixed income community, as well as the fact that in DC, we need housing across the whole spectrum. So that's actually something that the mayor talks about a lot. It's not just one type of housing. We need housing across the spectrum, a continuum of housing. And so this project is able to really meet all of those goals by providing the public housing, the affordable housing, and then the market rate housing.
In terms of sort of going back to the resources from the district, how much is in the capital plan for this particular project?
In the current capital plan, well, we are not complete. That's not complete yet, so I don't want to get out ahead of what.
Well, I don't mean the one that the mayor's presenting on March 20th.
Oh, okay, the one that was last year.
For this year,
find that
actually.
out? Yeah,
The current fiscal year.
Yeah, the one that was already published. We'll find out.
Okay. If you could, before we can.
Yes,
adjourn.
absolutely.
When, if this were to be approved, this extension, when do you all envision the first phase of this project actually delivering? Because, and I want maybe it's just useful to update Park Morton, Bruce Monroe, what exactly is happening right now.
Right. So well, let me get that.
Okay.
There's a lot of numbers here.
It has been a while.
What's the Park Morton development plan? Oh. Okay. So basically at Park Morton, we are at the park on site at Park Morton. We are completing 142 units of multifamily, and there will be 47 units of townhomes. I know that the construction is well underway. They're starting to put the skin on the building, so I would expect that the multifamily building should be done by the end of this year. And then they have the second phase, which again, I don't have the exactly, but it should be done by next year.
Okay.
And then, yeah, as I mentioned at Bruce Monroe, it's 273 units, 90 of which will be replacement units. So the bulk of replacement units are at.
And part of the challenge, or at least the concerns that have been raised and have been addressed in terms of how this project was perceived were sort of the more human capital services, and supports for residents of Park Morton. How has that proceeded over this time, given how things have changed with the bill first?
Yeah, that's a great question. And that is something that New Communities has always been very committed to. So the human capital program, and honestly, I would do better to have my human capital team here because they're super committed and dedicated, and they've been doing this for many years. But basically, it's it's a wide variety of services, you know, including things like Jesus. Sorry. You know, we do a lot of health and wellness programs. We do have employment programs. We have financial literacy. So it's really, it's about more than just the housing component. It's about helping people, you know, grow and, you know, allow their families to grow and improve their circumstances. And so that we continue to do that. So as I said, we have housing opportunities unlimited. They reach out to residents. They do classes with residents. They do, you know, they might get somebody in to talk about preventative eating, things like that. But that continues. And then, as I mentioned, you know, we have Brick and Story they still do community meetings. They go to, you know, a retail establishment. They used to go to the neighborhood, or they used to go to Park Morton, but since it's under construction, they go to a retail establishment, or they go to somebody's home in the neighborhood, and they do, you know, they have coffee hours, and it's actually really interesting. They have engagement with the residents, and that helps people stay connected and helps people, you know, continue to grow in their lives.
Is there, I know last month when we had performance oversight with DEMPED, I asked a question about new communities. I don't think at the time there was an individual who was heading that program. Is that still the case? Do you all plan to hire if that position is vacant, or what's the status of?
Yeah, the status of that is, you know, we would like to find somebody. It's a, you know, it's a very committed job. You need to have the right skill sets. You need to have somebody who's has extensive affordable housing, finance and development experience, but also the ability to go into the community and work with the community and really hear the community. So we'd like to find somebody, but it's you know, it's a very unique role.
Okay. How do you, this is probably my last question. Obviously, some degree of organized support for this project represented, you know, by advisory neighborhood commissioners who are elected in the District of Columbia to represent their constituents. We had testimony in support of this extension by the commission, generally in the form of a resolution last month, and then again by the single member district commissioner today, and that's important. But there's also some level of organized opposition to the project as well. And I don't know that that's unique necessarily. How do you respond, though, to the neighbors who care deeply about their neighborhood, some of whom have lived there since before the school was raised and the park was built, others who have moved since the park has been a part of the community? How do you respond to the concerns that they raise around environmental justice? You know, that part of the district and their neighborhood being essentially a heat island. And the fact that there are other parts of the city that get certain amenities when it comes to parks that their community does not. And their desire to have the park stay largely because it's not something that they'll have in the same form or fashion once this development is complete, if and when it's complete. You know, so I want to give you an opportunity to respond to those concerns that have been raised. People who took the time out of their schedules to come down and testify, others who testify virtually, who, you know, are pretty adamantly opposed to this moving forward.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Look, I'm certainly empathetic to people's perspectives on this. You know, I think, and this is, as you said at the top of your question, you know, maybe opposition to these projects is not unique to Bruce Monroe, and it's not, right? And what I tell my team when we go out and work in communities is you're going into somebody's home, right? You're going into somebody's life. You're going in, this isn't, you know, this is very personal to people. And in that it is so personal. I mean, people can have very strong emotions about it. And, you know, they have a feeling one way or another. And so what I say is that, how do we respond to that? Is that first, I would like to respond factually in terms of the rational side of things. There's the rational and then the tangible and the intangible. On the tangible side, what I say is, you know, there will be a park. Okay, there absolutely will be a park, and 1 acre is a substantial park. It's larger than many other neighborhoods have as their local park. You know, it's enough to run on, it's enough to throw a ball in, it's enough to hit a ball around in, you know, have gardens. So there will be a park. So I understand that people, you know, want a park, and I'm saying great, because there will be a park. You know, in terms of the intangible, you know, which is the change. And, you know, they might want twice the size of park, or they might not want a building there, or what have you. You know, I just say that at the end of the day, this site is part of a neighborhood, but it's also part of a community, and it's part of a larger city. And, you know, we are trying to, as respectfully as possible, meet the public policy goals of the larger community in which we all live. And that's kind of what it is to live in a community, right? You have to kind of work with other people, and you're not always going to get exactly what you want. And when we go to communities and we try to engage them respectfully, we tell them, you know, we're really going to listen, and we're going to try to do as much as we can. But we also have to acknowledge that not everybody's going to get everything all the time. And instead, we're going to find a nice compromise. And I think that being able to have a public park that is going to be retained by the district, that is going to go through a nice community process to determine what's going to be there, and meet the commitment, a very long-term commitment to public housing residents who've lived, you know, talking about justice or environmental. I mean, there's environmental justice. There's also human justice. There's social justice. There's what about the justice for the people who live in Park Morton, you know, and what about that commitment? So we're trying to meet all of these different public policy goals and commitments. And I think we've struck a really nice balance at Bruce Monroe.
And my final point is just, you know, we had a witness who talked about some of the health challenges that his daughter faces, and raised some really serious and real concerns about, you know, access, first responders, being able to get to, you know, hospital, where there's exigent circumstances. And it's important to be able to address those concerns too, as the overall concerns have been raised by residents. I appreciated that witness sharing a very personal story. There is a process that accounts for those things. And I wanted to give you an opportunity just to talk about generally how planning occurs, such that those very serious and real concerns aren't being ignored or taken for granted when we think about how development gets done in the District of Columbia.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, those are definitely not taken for granted. They're definitely not ignored. You know, the Office of Planning goes through an extensive process. The Department of Transportation, DC DDOT, Department of Transportation, they go through a process. The developer goes through traffic studies. There's, you know, emergency access around the facility. There's emergency access at the facility. There's making sure that people can get, you know, the ambulances and things like that to where they need to go. That's absolutely taken into consideration. It's a huge part of the public planning. And, you know, at the end of the day, we want to be able to grow. We want to be able to provide new housing for residents, but we also need to make sure we do it in a safe and respectful manner to the people who are already living in the neighborhood.
Right. Well, thank you for your testimony, and look forward to getting some of the follow-up we talked about. You know, whether or not the council approves this extension, I think it's going to be important for you all to engage that community. I think there's some folks who they feel like they have not been properly engaged along the way. You talked about how many meetings have occurred. You're going to follow up and provide even greater detail around those. And so that'll be incorporated to the record of this hearing. But I do urge you all to make sure that you continue to engage that particular community along the way, so that they understand what is happening, what is planned to happen, especially given that the case is played out in the courts. And there's some strong feelings on either side of this issue. So again, thank you for your testimony. I want to thank all the witnesses who testified today on the two measures that were on the committee's agenda. As a reminder, those interested in submitting written testimony for the record may do so until Wednesday, March 20th at 5 p.m. Submissions should be uploaded via the hearing management system on the council's website at dccouncil.gov. There being no further business before the committee, this marks the end of today's public hearing. The time is now 4:14 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.